till the dry bones respond. I gotta run over till cancer responds. I gotta run over till my family responds. I gotta run over. I wanna run over. I wanna run over. Fill me up till I overflow. Come on. I wanna run over. I wanna run over. Say, fill me up till I overflow. I wanna run over. I wanna run over.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is
yesterday can never be again, but the blind can always see again. It's because of love and of your mercy. Yesterday can never be again, but the lame can always walk again. It's because of love and of your mercy. Show us mercy now. Show us mercy now. We cry, you Lord. We cry for mercy. Show us mercy now. Show us mercy. We cry, oh Lord. We cry for mercy. And not because of riches that you are alive today, and not because of beauty that you are alive today. It's because of love and of your mercy. And not because you're a preacher that you're alive today, and not because I'm too strong that I'm alive today. It's because of love and of your mercy. Show us mercy now. Show us
pleasant morning and a warm welcome to News Hour, coming to you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation on Channel 31. I am Esther Susanette Bassi. Coming up, Sierra Leone and Nigeria signed MOU on digital cooperation. Ministry of Social Welfare engages stakeholders on national mental health and psychosocial support services and emergency strategy. And Budget Advocacy Network trains traditional and local council leaders on public financial management processes. Well, all these stories and more, including a segment, are lined up in this edition. Please stay with us for the next hour. Welcome back, and now for our first story. Sierra Leone and Nigeria have reaffirmed their long-standing partnership with a bold focus on digital cooperation. At a forum in Freetown, ministers and stakeholders from both countries pledged to strengthen ties in technology, trade and innovation aimed at boosting national response and regional integration. Let's join Mohamed Lamin Toure for the details.
The signing of a memorandum of understanding marked a new chapter in Sierra Leone-Nigeria relations. While the two nations share decades of trade and cooperation under West African economic integration, this engagement shifts the spotlight to digital transformation. Governments across Africa are racing to embrace platforms such as artificial intelligence and cross-border payment system tools seen as vital for growth, job creation, and regional integration. The Freetown Innovation Forum 2025 brought together ministers, investors, and partners to explore how digital cooperation can modernize trade and empower young people to lead Africa Digital Forum. For the Executive Director, National Investment Board, Dr. Edward Hinga Sandi, Sierra Leone is committed to innovation ideas that will lead the country into the digital future. Through ECOWAS scheme and digital platforms, producers across the region will soon register businesses online from anywhere. Minister of Communication, Technology and Innovation, Haja Salima Ba, underscored that the initiative was part of President Bio's vision to strategically position Sierra Leone in the global digital economy. It is part of a broader vision to align Sierra Leone with global digital trends, attract investment, and ensure the country is not left behind in the race towards a digital economy. The platform will empower youth to be leaders, not just consumers in the digital space, and Sierra Leone is making reforms to attract investors and contribute meaningfully to the world economy.
And 6 years ago, His Excellency the President launched a National Innovation and Digital Strategy. And one of the key things within that strategy which we spoke about was positioning Sierra Leone as a lab. We spoke about country as a lab. That is the idea that we believe that Sierra Leone, if we develop the right ecosystem, the right environment, the right regulatory informs, Sierra Leone could be an incubator. It could be a place where startups, innovators could, growing the ones in Sierra Leone, but within even for outside of Sierra Leone, where they see this as a viable place where they could come, seed, test their ideas, and believe this is a great place to scale from.
Nigeria's Minister of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, Honorable Dr. Bosun Tijani, highlighted the role of young innovators in shaping Africa's digital economy, that technology must be driven by young people. With strong infrastructure and policies, Sierra Leone can join Africa's rapid rise in artificial intelligence and digital trade.
So the idea is that not only do we spark this interest and relationship, that we also actually create a bridge for young Sierra Leonean companies, startups that would like to also trade in Nigeria. As much as we want Nigerian companies to trade across the region, we also like a situation where companies from Sierra Leone feel comfortable that they don't see their market as just being Sierra Leone, they see their market as the entire region, including Nigeria as well.
Pledges of support and immediate plans for collaboration, investors and partners added their voices. Nigeria, the largest economy in West Africa, has already established itself as a leader in technology and innovation. Sierra Leone is now positioning itself strategically to tap into this momentum. This partnership with Nigeria marks a new chapter in Sierra Leone's digital journey, one that could transform trade, empower youth, and attract global investment. Mohamed Lamin Toure, SLBC News, Freetown.
The Ministry of Social Welfare has organized a two-day stakeholders meeting to review the National Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Services and Emergency Strategy. The session was intended to capture critical components of national mental health and psychosocial supports, thereby guide better operations and service delivery to vulnerable and disadvantaged groups. Abubakar Kamara has more in this report.
The MHPSS in Emergency Strategy originally highlights the growing public concern over drug and substance abuse and the need to embed interventions such as early adolescent skills for emotions within national psychosocial support efforts. The review of the strategy plan aims to capture critical components to better guide operations and service delivery to vulnerable and disadvantaged groups. Deputy Minister keynote speech was centered on the path of reflection to underscore the relevance of partner organizations in advancing mental health and psychosocial support services.
PSS is something that you bring and you sleep with it, wake with it, and go to work. So most times, when I first look at this document a couple of years back, I think in 2020, I started asking myself, how do we fight emergency in a vulnerable country like ours?
Director of MHPSS and Sukone emphasized on the importance of the strategy plan and how best it can be achieved for the benefit of people struggling with mental disorder.
Well, of course, this plan actually expired in 2021. It's a strategy that was on for 3 years, 2019 to 2021. And of course, it originated as a result of an Ebola crisis in this country, the mudslide and other disasters that we had, to ensure that we address the emotional well-being of people that are affected by disasters. But now it's going to be more strategic this time, because now we have drug and substance abuse, this crucial thing, which is for which we're in a state of emergency. We've had other pandemics like COVID-19 that was not captured at the time, and of course we've had mpox and a whole lot of other issues around the country.
By reviewing the strategic plan, the Ministry of Social Welfare seeks to modernize Sierra Leone's mental health and psychosocial support services in emergency strategy and addressing the escalating challenges of substance abuse. SLBC News in Freetown, Abubakar Kamara reporting.
The Ministry of Health has convened a roundtable meeting on cervical cancer elimination initiatives in Sierra Leone. The gathering was aimed to build new partnerships, mobilize additional resources, and map out concrete actions toward achieving the country's cervical cancer elimination targets. Esther Nene Kamara reports.
The meeting brought together government representatives, health experts, donor partners, and stakeholders to review progress made so far in the implementation of the cervical cancer elimination efforts in Sierra Leone. According to the Ministry of Health, the engagement presented a unique opportunity to deepen collaboration, strengthen national interventions, and accelerate investments geared toward preventing, screening, and treating cervical cancer across the country. Officials emphasized that these efforts are essential to advancing a person-centered life-stage approach to healthcare delivery. Deputy Minister of Health, too, Jalikato Mustafa, in a keynote address, emphasized that no woman or girl should die or suffer from preventable diseases, noting that they should not only celebrate the progress made, but also pay key attention to the gaps that needed to be filled.
I mean, all jokes aside, having 1,150,000 women who are eligible for screening but have not gotten access to screening, that is very, very, very bad news for us as we strive towards elimination of this disease. And the fact that we are screening 10,000 per year, that is below subpar. So we need to accelerate our efforts by 30 times more if we're going to screen what we need to get to 70% target.
During the presentations, facilitators highlighted key achievements recorded in recent years, including improvement in screening services, awareness campaigns, and strengthened coordination between health partners. World Health Organization's country representative, Dr. George Ame, said for far too long, Sierra Leone has been battling in the fight against cervical cancer, adding that WHO is willing and ready to support the country to eliminate it.
We have looked at our various plans and intentions in WHO over country office here in Sierra Leone over the next 5 years, and we are very positive that our financial contributions over the next 5 years will reach at least $1 million to support what has been presented today. We are not a funding agency. This is still a drop in the ocean as to what is, has been presented. But it is when we have good results, as we see here in Sierra Leone, that we're able to go to other donors to support us, to support you.
Stakeholders agree that eliminating cervical cancer requires sustained collaboration, increased resources, and continued advocacy to ensure that women and girls across Sierra Leone have access to quality prevention and treatment services. The meeting also provided a platform for partners to align strategies and commit to joint investments that support national elimination targets. For SLBC, Estanine Kamara reporting.
Budget Advocacy Network, with the support from Irish Aid and a consortium of civil society partners, have held a two-day capacity building workshop with traditional and local council leaders on public financial management processes at Moyamba District. The workshop was aimed to enhance collaboration and effectiveness in own source revenue generation by local councils. Dennis Fraser has more.
Already said, these chiefdoms are residents in the district, and the district council is tasked to bring.
The workshop brought together local leaders that comprised paramount chiefs, local council chairmen, chief administrators, and female councillors from Karine, Putuloko, Tonkolili, Cambia, and Moyamba District Council under one roof to discuss mechanisms for supporting local councils, strengthening their public financial management processes through inclusive governance.
For the past 5 years, there are fluctuations. At some point, you see the revenues going up. At another point, they are coming down. So it turns to that there are structural problems, either relating to personnel. And for us, from the Minister of Finance, we know, based on the provisions we have in the Local Government Act as well as the PFM Act, they should be producing those reports on a monthly and a quarterly basis.
Speaking on the theme empowering women, youth, and marginalized groups for inclusive governance, the Senior Project Officer Budget Advocacy Network, Abdurrahman Maurice Insise, said the engagement did not only provide an opportunity for enhanced collaboration and effectiveness in own source revenue generation by local councils, it also explored the benefits for improved revenue generation at local governance level. Mr. Sisse noted that was a crucial component in their efforts to support the 5 councils to generate and manage revenue for a transparent and participatory governance process.
From these resources that we are receiving from Irish Aid, to support them in different aspects, but our concentration is more on looking at how do we support them to generate the resources, manage the resources, and also ensure that the citizens who are paying the taxes also benefit. So we are bent down in ensuring that we bring stakeholders who are key around improving revenue generation at the local level.
The participants pledged their commitment to supporting the process, noting that revenue generation and audit accountability were the backbone of good governance.
As far as running the day-to-day affairs of the council is concerned, in terms of service delivery, because don't forget we have a mandate. We have to deliver service to the people. Government is overwhelmed with a lot of problems, so we cannot just sit by aloof and wait for government's handouts. So, but if we are able to mobilize our own revenue, that one will help us to deliver service to our people.
The engagement ended with the renewed call for local councils to embrace their responsibility to promote fiscal accountability and sustainable management of public funds, thereby strengthening existing structures to work effectively in service delivery. SLBC, Dennis Fraser reporting.
As part of its 5-year strategic plan, Plan International has signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs with the aim to advance gender equality and child protection. The MOU outlined the organization's shared responsibilities with the government of Sierra Leone in addressing the welfare of children, promoting women's rights, and enhancing community resilience. Ibrahim Samura reports.
The Memorandum of Understanding focused on institutional capacity building, policy advocacy, and support for national frameworks not limited to Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act. It also forms part of the organization's continued commitment in complementing government effort in supporting vulnerable communities through education and child protection, among others. Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs, Dr. Aissata Mahoy, welcomed the partnership and reaffirmed our ministry's commitment to women's empowerment and safeguarding the welfare of children in Sierra Leone. Dr. Mahoy lauded the Plan International for complementing government strides in providing support to vulnerable communities.
Very much appreciate as a government of this country to say we still see the continued efforts, the continued support that Plan International is giving to the protection of our children. You know, working together in times of crisis, in times of when there is peace. We do appreciate all of this. We want to say that for the support that you have been rendering to this government, to the people of this country, it is something that we all have seen the benefits of it.
Plan International Sierra Leone Country Director Muniratu Isifu appreciated the ministry for championing gender equality and child protection. She said the MOU was to formalize collaboration in supporting vulnerable women and girls and also resonate with the organization's 5-year country strategic plan.
With the various government institutions that we work with, because we see that as a way of really having a collective commitment and a collective responsibility towards the children we serve, towards women's rights. So we see this as a very big milestone for us as Plan, even though we've been around, but we just think that this is a way to really recommit and align ourselves with the priorities of the ministry and also with the priorities in our new country strategy. So that is why this means so much to us.
Similar MOUs have been signed with other line ministries, including the Ministries of Social Welfare and Youth Affairs. Ibrahim Samura, Freetown.
The Chief Justice has reiterated the judiciary's commitment to making justice more accessible, affordable, and responsive. This renewed commitment from Combat Commander is coming as the Court of Appeal set to be hosted in the provinces for the first time ever. The landmark initiative represents a significant step in the ongoing judicial reforms aimed at decentralizing court services, reducing litigation costs, and bringing justice closer to the people. The court will begin its sessions on Thursday next week in Makeni to hear and determine appeals in the Northeast, Northwestern, and Konodi states. Now, the global UN system is saying congratulations to the re-elected United Nations Field Staff Union President Milan Dawo, a citizen of Sierra Leone. In a symbolic victory for all Sierra Leoneans, Milan, who catapulted from a cleaner in the UN system to president of the UNFSU, has been mandated to deliver a stronger union, helping the United Nations as well to move forward stronger than ever. Harold Williams has the details.
Milan Dawo has been re-elected president of the UNFSU for the second time. The re-election of Milan Dawo as president of the United Nations Field Staff Union was with 53.6% of the votes, where all UN international staff peacekeeping missions around the world participated. Beginning his UN career in 2001 as a car washer and cleaner, and by working his way through the ranks with persistence, discipline, and unwavering commitment, he became the first African ever elected as president of the UNFSU, marking an historical milestone in the organization's 80-year history. Milan Dawo became the first president of the UNFSU in 2023 and is credited with rebuilding the union into the fastest growing and most financially sustainable staff union in the entire UN system. Milan Dawo has a Master's of Science degree in Diplomacy and International Relations from Forabe College and a Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science and International Relations from Australia's Charles Darwin University. He is a leadership alumnus of Harvard University and is actively pursuing postgraduate courses as a pilot trainee at the European Pilot Academy. In addition to Creole, Timini, Limba, and Koranko, the Sierra Leonean-born UNFSU president is also a fluent speaker of English, French, and Italian. Milan's re-election is described by his UN colleagues as not only a mandate for leadership, but as an affirmation to the relevance of dedication, humility, and service.
Unemployment remains a challenge for many young people. However, some youth have discovered a surprising but effective alternative means of survival. I'm talking about the youth who have fixed their job to lower passengers and keke riders. Our own Suleiman Jumbea visited the scene, and this was led by Orinoe Fox.
It's informal, a fast-paced work, but for these young men, getting their survival is what matters the most. Across major parks like Lombly Transit Point, these young men act as conductors, locally called battleman, calling out destinations for kekes, helping passengers board and ensuring riders keep moving. At least it pays off to do such menial job. Though the amount may appear small to others, for the battlemen, getting even a loan continuously throughout the day goes a long way. Interestingly, they seem to be forming an organized group across the country. For Abubakar Sise, the chairman for the battlemen at Lombly Terminal, they turn out to such job because they do not have other means of survival.
We choose to can do this battle job because of we not get work no day.
We choose to do this job because we do not have other jobs, and we do not want to involve ourselves in doing things that are not necessary, like stealing or other illegal things. So we decided to come here so we can pick 1 or 2 leon for us to survive daily.
We mix up, but we get the good fish there. We among the bad one, then the people.
Like other means of survival, the battleman job has come with its own challenges, not limited to harassment they face from passengers and even keke riders.
Some man who can call for, give you. Some man who can call for, say, well, go come. And not to death, not to by force.
Some keke riders sometimes refuse to pay us. Sometimes we spend the whole day without making 50 leon. We sometimes make 20 to 30 leon per day. People are afraid to help us because they consider us as kush smokers.
forget help through for them thing because of right now they take and say who and push money. So if somebody really want help himself, you want to do it yourself, they can scared and panic for that.
Keke riders describe them as an essential part of the transport system as they facilitate the flow of passengers. However, they think the park boys should improve their lives.
One of the most waiting people now, see way bad, you understand? This country are from Obon, but you manage any park, you understand? But if you get back, make impacts for yourself, you understand? Really better for tomorrow.
It's not like what they are doing is bad. In this country, battlemen are at every park, but they can be there and create impact for themselves, do something better for their future. But now, the young men are not thinking towards these directions.
But nowadays, the people they know they know they think more than me.
They have to connect the computer there and they have as easily.
I initially did not like them, but now I can see that they are very necessary at the parks. They help to connect the passengers and the keke riders. However, they can be something else. A few months ago, I was trying to onboard on minibus with heavy load when one of them pretended to help me, not knowing that he was trying to steal from me. And almost all of them do not take care of themselves.
For these young men, hustling may seem hard, but in congested city like Freetown, even the simplest hustle can create opportunity for them getting their livelihoods.
The Sierra Leone Reporters Union, SLIU, has organized its first annual general meeting in almost 20 years. The union also adopted a new constitution aimed at strengthening governance and improving welfare of members. The historic event in McKinney focused on the theme, the new constitution, a blueprint for reporters' welfare. Many attendees described the gathering as a turning point in the union's revival process, noting that the new constitution provides a strong institutional framework for accountability, professional growth, and improved working conditions for reporters across the country. The president of the union, Esther Yonokabia, pledged to continue making the union a better place for all reporters and also making them feel safe while carrying out their trade. The president of the Sierra Leone Association of Journalists, SLAJ, Alhaji Manika Kamara, commended the union for its resilience and reaffirmed SLAJ's commitment to supporting the empowerment and protection of frontline reporters. And now the Ministry of Energy has engaged affected persons under the Regional Emergency Solar Power Intervention Project in Newton and Lunge communities. The discussions were centered on compensation of project-affected persons and the benefits of the solar lights that were installed in their localities. Emmanuel Williams reports.
For years, many rural communities across Sierra Leone, including Newton and Lunge, have depended heavily on petrol or diesel generators and small battery devices, leaving residents with high energy costs and inconsistent power supply. As part of the World Bank and government commitment to light up these communities under the Regional Emergency Solar Power Intervention Project, 30 megawatts will be installed in Newton community and 10 megawatts for Lunge.
The respite project we all know have started. The construction, civil works have started, so we are about to start the distribution line route. So there were people whose property, whose crops are going to be affected. So we contracted the consultant to prepare the resettlement action plan, and we are here today to disclose the report.
To this end, the Ministry of Energy decided to engage communities on the benefits of renewable energy, especially solar mini-grid and community-level energy system. Affected persons were informed on the compensation package for them and the opportunities that renewable energy presents for the development of their communities.
Whose properties were affected, let me say economic trees were affected, and also some of their structures were affected. So basically we are going to compensate them before the contractors start installation of poles.
The residents embrace the work from World Bank and the government of Sierra Leone.
First
the
of all,
solar
we
light.
tell the president thank you.
We really appreciate the government for bringing this light to our community.
Yes.
We are grateful to God for that. This is really good, especially for us women that are doing businesses, and our children will study well using the solar light.
They do business, where we do all things in common, then this house will be normal for we.
They were encouraged to work with the Ministry of Energy to make the project a success, as energy has the potential to bring a lot of development to their localities. For SLBC News, Emmanuel Williams reporting.
You are watching News live on the SLBC. We continue with more stories. The Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Authority has completed a 2-week intensive training program for 10 inspectors, including 7 new and 3 serving officers. The session aimed at expanding Sierra Leone's capacity to regulate and monitor the safe use of radioactive materials across multiple sectors. Here is the reports.
The past 14 days training focused on strengthening practical skills in inspection procedures, regulatory enforcement, radiation protection, emergency preparedness, and compliance with national and international safety standards. Board Chairman Dr. Bondigevau said nuclear regulation requires precision, professionalism, and continuous learning. He noted that the training marked the beginning of a long professional journey as new technologies and regulatory frameworks continue to emerge globally. A representative from the Environmental Protection Agency emphasized the strong link between environmental protection and radiation safety, urging the newly trained inspectors to approach their duties with diligence, given the crucial role they play in national safety and environmental sustainability. NSRPA's Executive Secretary Ahmed Din Soare pointed out that the ongoing institutional challenges, including limited staffing and the absence of specialized radiation safety training programs in local universities. He noted that the authority has been working to improve conditions of service to retain trained personnel as the institution is still in a transitional phase.
We are in a transition period when it comes to Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Authority. We want to set a benchmark, we want to be notified, and we want Sierra Leone as a whole to know the importance of this authority. And then lastly, we want a robust management system. So that's why we are conducting this inspection, so that our inspectors will be equipped, will be fully knowledgeable of what they are doing by conducting inspections in radiation facilities like the hospitals, mining companies, and even down the quay, the Queen Elizabeth II quay. They're also conducting inspections, scanning containers to make sure we protect the people and the environment from the harmful effects of radiation.
Various stakeholders commended the institution for the training, acknowledging that well-trained inspectors are central in implementing the country's environmental and safety policies. One of the newly trained inspectors, Daniel Levy, described the program as eye-opening, noting that many Sierra Leoneans lack awareness of radiation risk.
This training course has really helped me. Firstly, that this is a new field. Even though in some aspects, I think in universities or schools, you only see it will be a topic where you cover a topic of maybe half-life or radiation, nuclear safety, but it is not being offered in Sierra Leone in many of the universities as a course on its own, or even as a module in many of these universities. But here we have been given the opportunity to at least come into this new field, study on radiation, safety, nuclear protection, protecting people, protecting the environment, and even the community where we live as a whole.
Established in 2016 under the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Act of 2012, the NSRPA sees this training as a major step towards strengthening Sierra Leone's compliance with international nuclear safety obligations. For SLBC News, Esther Suzanette Bassi.
The Chief Executive Officer and founder of the Comprehensive International College located in Waterloo, Dr. Emmanuel Stafford, has emphasized the importance of education as a tool for national development and personal empowerment. He was speaking during the college's annual orientation ceremony for new students. Aminata Bangura reports.
The event brought together the college administration, academic staff, and students, creating an atmosphere of hope and inspiration for the newcomers. The orientation aimed to introduce students to the college's academic programs, expectations, values, and support systems. In his keynote address, the CEO and founder of the institution, Dr. Emmanuel Stafford, urged students to embrace hard work, discipline, and innovation, noting that success is achieved not only through academic excellence, but also through resilience and character building.
So, my students of Comprehensive International College, we always work by the mantra, major in your major and minor in your minor. Please, ethics and morality should be our guide word. Because you out there, it is through you that our members, our partners, those that may want to support our institution will see good setting precedent and support us. So please, make sure you put good manner in anything you are doing, in or out of campus.
Head of Campus and Principal, Baisheka Sise, highlighted the college's commitment to academic excellence and students' welfare, encouraging students to maintain discipline and make effective use of opportunities available to them.
But we want to make sure that we contribute to this society. We want to make sure that we empower our young people. Because if Sierra Leone is moving forward, the growth of Sierra Leone lies on the hands of the young people. And you guys are young people, and that is why we are here to give you the best of education that is prepared for you.
Continued students shared emotional testimonies about their repeated struggles with the WAS exams and how they almost gave up. They encouraged new students to stay determined, stressing that with the right support, anyone can achieve their dreams. The orientation ceremony at the Comprehensive International College was a powerful reminder that education is not just about academic achievement, but about hope, opportunity, and transformation. SLBC, Aminata Bangua reporting.
The outgoing Director General of the National Disaster Management Agency has handed over the mantle of leadership to the new Director General, John Van de Rogers. The outgoing Director General, retired Brigadier Abu Sise, encouraged staff to work with the new leadership of the agency. All we know, Fox has more.
The handing over ceremony at the National Disaster Management Agency brought together staffs, partners, and observers who welcomed the new leadership headed by John Van de Rogers. The event signified not only a change in command, but also a renewed emphasis on transparency and continuity within the agency. This ceremony created an opportunity for both the outgoing and incoming Director Generals to formally acknowledge the transition, signaling stability in the agency's mission to safeguard communities and strengthen national preparedness. In his final address, the outgoing Director General, retired Brigadier Bure Sise, expressed gratitude for the opportunity to serve. He reflects on the progress made under his leadership and encouraged staffs to maintain professionalism and commitment as the agency enters a new line of leadership.
His Excellency graciously accepted my request that I take a rest from public service after serving 29 years in the Army and 5 years at the National Disaster Management Agency, making a total of 34 years. I believe my years of service is more than the age of some of our younger staff here. Don't worry, you reach there. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate the incoming Director General, Mr. John Van de Rogers, commonly called Higher Man. Commonly called Higher Man. I think he deserves more than that. For being appointed by His Excellency the President.
The program also featured goodwill messages from management, partners and staff, each expressing hope for a smooth transition and continued improvement in the agency's operations. Tokens of appreciation were presented to both the outgoing and incoming Director General, symbolizing respect and a warm welcome. Taking up the mantle of leadership, the incoming Director General, John Vandy Rogers, thanked the government and stakeholders for their confidence imposed in him. He pledged to build on existing structures, strengthen internal systems, and enhance collaboration to improve disaster management nationwide.
Be rest assured, as we are moving along, discipline is going to be the mantra of this particular leadership, and we ensure that everybody inculcates good discipline.
The handing over was more than just a procedural formality. It served as a reminder of the agency's critical role in protecting lives and livelihoods, especially as the country continues to face evolving disaster-related challenges. SLBC News Hour, Alwyn Roy Fox reporting.
With support from United Nations Development Programme, has presented its draft strategic plan 2026 to 2030 to stakeholders and agencies under its supervision for validation. The session was designed for them to critically review the document. Ibrahim Samura has the story.
We'll be able to really conclude this process so that we'll give ourselves a Christmas present by launching for the first time in the history of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, a strategic development plan. So thank you all for your orders.
The rationale for the validation workshop was for stakeholders and representatives of the various agencies under the Ministry of Internal Affairs to cross the T's and dot the I's into the draft document. UNDP Governance Coordination Analyst Laura Nicol said UNDP was pleased to support the process, noting that the plan would serve as a guiding document to the Minister of Internal Affairs.
This strategic framework represents a critical step towards strengthening institutional effectiveness, promoting good governance, and enhancing the ministry's capacity to develop responsive, citizen-centered services. UNDP recognizes the ministry's commitment to transparency, accountability, and modernization.
Minister of Internal Affairs, Maury Lengo Esquire, underscored the importance of the validation workshop, noting that similar engagement had been done in other parts of the country. He told stakeholders that the strategic plan would serve as a roadmap for the Ministry of Internal Affairs by providing a clear vision, direction, and mission.
We want to present a draft strategic plan 2026-2030 to our stakeholders for comprehensive review. We want to critically validate the proposed vision, mission, core values, and strategic pillars to secure consensus on the strategic objectives and key indicators.
Upon completion, the strategic plan would be the first ever document of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and it will span from 2026 to 2030. Ibrahim Samura, Freetown.
The Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education and its development partners have launched the Year of the Pencil project funded by an NGO Develop Africa. It was described as an ambitious initiative aimed at distributing 100,000 pencils to 10,000 pupils in 20 schools in Freetown. Elizabeth Mullins went along.
The distribution of thousands of pencils to some primary schools in Freetown was to support pupils in getting the needed learning materials to learn, excel, and dream bigger. At the Regent Square Municipal Primary School, the mayor of Freetown, Yvonne Akisoya, told the school children that constant borrowing of pencils often disrupt learning in the classroom.
This is more than a pencil piece. This is a symbol a symbol of collaboration and partnership, but more important, a symbol of the fact that an investment is being made into your future. Because with these pencils, you will not just write your name, you will do your maths, you will do your English, you will build the foundation for the education that will change and transform your lives and your future.
A volunteer from Develop Africa, Sylvester Touré, described the initiative as historic and deeply meaningful for the organization. He said they will continue to distribute pencils to other schools in Freetown.
We are launching this project this year to support school-going children with pencils. The program is titled The Year of the Pencils, in which we have selected 20 schools, and the Eastern Municipal Primary School is also part of those 20 schools. We are distributing to 10,000 school-going children, in which 100,000 pencils are distributed. So Develop Africa is just supporting the educational system in Sierra Leone to see that children are well supported with school learning materials.
The head teacher of the East End Municipal Primary School, Tigidanke Cole, expressed appreciation to the benefactors for such support, noting that the donation came in handy and will help reduce stress for teachers. As the Year of the Pencil project takes off, thousands of young learners in Freetown now have one of the most basic yet essential tools for education, which is pencil. With the backing of Develop Africa, the Freetown City Council, and other partners, the initiative is not only easing the financial burden on parents, but also helping people stay prepared and engaged in the classroom.
Well, let's move over to our segment, beginning with our business updates.
To Business Update, the segment that brings you major highlights in business and also commercial activities taking place in the country. I'm your presenter, Dennis Fraser. Into this update, the SLBC Business Desk sounds the views of some young people in Makeni City who are changing the narrative to their craft in pot making and also the creation of other local cooking utensils. They are also using this as an economic source of livelihood and of course, job creation for themselves. Here is the report.
The production and sale of local cooking utensils is a lucrative business for many young people in Makeni amid the challenge and drug abuse by some young youth. At Pa Daniel Kamara's scrapyard on Station Road, Makeni, have decided to go into pot making to enhance their livelihoods. They also embark on such trade to reduce unemployment among them. Umaru Kagbo, a senior apprentice to the owner and who has been in the trade for over 80 years, said the craft does not only put food on his table, but enables him to take care of his family and other workers under him.
From this self-employment, I have been able to save quite a remarkable sum of money. From that sum, I draw up an estimate of what I will need for the purchase of materials, which comes in a form of scrap metal and other important items needed for production. Out of the profit which I realize also, I have been able to cater for the needs of my family.
Another worker, Saidu Kanu, who is also a pupil of Makeni Comprehensive Academy, said he saw the need to add the skill to his academic work and has since been a source to finance his education and even support his family.
My parents stays in the village, but through this work, I have not only been able to cater for my survival, but for my academic needs as well. Aside from these needs, I have been able to support my family in the little way I can.
within our village.
Although the owner, Daniel Cabo, is an household name in Makeni, but is most times out of the shop in search for more customers. Even in his absence, he has instilled one thing in his staff, that their role is service to the nation. Moses Conte, SLBC.
Well, many thanks for watching. That's all in this edition of Business Update. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Many thanks to Dennis Fraser for that report. So away from there, let's join our entertainment desk.
Hello and welcome to another exciting entertainment news with me, Abdul Mansari. In this edition of entertainment news, One Nation Reggae Festival Foods Parade creates buzz ahead of the main event. Now, as excitement builds for the highly anticipated One Nation Reggae Festival, the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs has taken a vibrant step to generate public awareness with a lively foods parade. The event kicked off at the ministry's compound in Kiama Road and rolled its way through several key locations, including Joy Junction, Hastings, Calbatown Junction, PNB, Shell, Ferry Junction, Kiama Road, and climaxed at the Beach Road. The Foods Parade featured a lineup of electrifying performances by local reggae artists that had onlookers dancing along the routes. Among the special guests was Jamaican reggae sensational Jack Tonda, who graced the parade with his presence and electrifying performance.
Yes, Mama, Mama Africa, real, real Mama, real, real Mama, Mama, you're real, your love I can feel, real, real Mama, come on, real, real Mama, you're real.
Tonda, known for his powerful vocals and dynamic stage performance, energized the crowd and set the tone for what promises to be an unforgettable festival. Wow, the Foods Parade was indeed electrifying. And of course, stay tuned to the SLBC as we bring you more updates on the festival. Well, that's all we have in this edition of Entertainment News. And I've been your presenter, Abdul Mansari. Bye-bye.
Thanks to Abdul Mansai for that exciting report. And now for our final segment, let's join our sports desk for some latest updates.
Hello and welcome to the sporting updates that keeps you in the know, and thank you so much for your time. We begin with marathon in this edition. The Afisel Marathon will take center stage in December, and in fact, Sierra Leone's very best in terms of marathon are getting themselves ready for the bigger occasion. Well, I mean, the very men and women who are into this race are getting prepared as well for this all important event. Let's join a star, Nene Kamara, for update.
The marathon comes as part of our support for sports. It's part of our CSR. We do it with the Impact Foundation, where we do sports, education, health, youth, and these are our pillars. And we're trying to drive more of that through our foundation so we can have a sustainable impact in the community and the society.
The launch of the 2025 AFSL Freetown Marathon brought together athletes, sponsors, representatives from the Sierra Leone Athletics Association and fitness enthusiasts as preparations begin for the 4th edition of the AFSL Freetown Marathon. Speaking during the ceremony, CEO AFSL Shadi Gajawi said This year's marathon will go beyond a sporting activity, noting it is a platform to unite communities, showcase the beauty of Freetown, and encourage healthy lifestyles among Sierra Leoneans.
On the 5K, male and female phases, first prize is 7,500, second is 5,000, and third is 2,500. On the 10K marathon, male and female is 12,500, second is 7,500, and third prize is 5,000. On the half marathon, the first is 17,500, the second is 10,000, and the third is 7,500. It's worth mentioning that we are still at half a marathon. We want to graduate to a full marathon, and I believe by next year on the 5th anniversary in Kamanda, we should be able to do a full marathon.
The organizers said they expect a record turnout of local and international athletes.
We're not going to change anything. We'll have the 5 kilometers, the 10 kilometers, and the half marathon. It's simple. You know, we're not going to change everything. So if people still start to serve in ash to register. And the 5 kilometers and 10 kilometers are free. You don't have to pay anything. But for the half marathon, they're having money. Everyone is expected to pay if you want to participate, because that's where the top athletes and the ones who want to be, you know, mega champion are participating. We're expecting them to pay 150 millions. They're having money.
Representatives from the Ministry of Sports and National Sport
of their routes termed, so we also make sure that we maintain this routine, and we do remarking for them every year when the athletics marathon for the Freetown Run Official is being organized. So then we are proud to be as partners. Athletes are very, very important people.
And with its 2025 launch, organizers said they are ready to deliver an event bigger and with more impactful experience. For SLBC, Estanene Kamara reporting.
Now to another development in football. Rangers defeated Eastern Lions at home, that is the Southern Arena, to have a better moment in the Leonard Premier League, the 2025-2026 edition. Rangers produced a sensational late show to defeat Eastern Lions 3-2 in a fascinating Leonard Premier League encounter at the Southern Arena in Bo, extending their strong start to the season with a performance full of character, resilience, and attacking intent. Now, quickly before we go in the international scene,
Sierra Leone and Nigeria have reaffirmed their long-standing partnership with a bold focus on digital cooperation. At a forum in Freetown, stakeholders including ministers from both countries pledged to strengthen ties in technology, trade and innovation. The Ministry of Social Welfare has opened a two-day stakeholders review and protection coordination workshop on the National Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Services and Emergency Strategy. And finally, Budget Advocacy Network, with the support from IHAID and the consortium of civil society partners, have trained traditional and local council leaders on public financial management processes in Miami districts. Well, that's how we wrap up this morning edition of News Up from the SLBC. I am Esther Susan Basi. Thanks for watching. Up next is our Good Morning Sierra program. Stay tuned.
Today is Monday, the 24th of November 2025, and good morning. Welcome to your program, Good Morning Sagalion, the program that always starts your day. I am Sheku Smile.
And a pleasant morning here at Broadcasting House. My name is Francis Manad. Our quote of the day is from Tony Robbins, and it says, "Human body is the best picture of human soul." Well, in the program this morning, Sierra Leone Reporters Union adopts new constitution at first annual general meeting. Ministry of Information, Communications and Civic Education to host National Civic Festival. And the College of Medicine and Allied Health Sciences to hold awareness campaign on antimicrobials. These and more, including your messages, which you can send to the number on your screen, or you go to our Facebook page, SLBC TV Live. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone, and we are broadcasting live from Broadcasting House, New Englandville in Freetown.
We are back, and the program you're still watching is Good Morning Sagalion, live from the Sagalion Broadcasting Corporation television and through social media handles. Now, after 2 decades of uphill struggles within the Sagalion Reporters Union, SLRU, and since its establishment by a group of young journalists with a vision to create a decent and supportive working environment for reporters nationwide, the union is now seeing remarkable progress. Under the leadership of Kavia and her executive, significant developments have been achieved, including the establishment of a national database of reporters, reinstating the union's position on the Sierra Leone Labour Congress dashboard, and reviewing and adopting a new constitution aimed at strengthening the future of reporters in Sierra Leone. These milestones were officially presented during the union's first annual general meeting held in Makeni City, Bombali District. Well, to tell us more about the new constitution, we are joined in the studios by Esther Kadi Tarawali, and she is a member of the SLRU Constitution Review Committee. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
Well, congratulations on your AGM.
Yes, thank you very much.
Because reports suggest that since your establishment some 21 years ago, this is the first AGM you're having.
Yes, and that is why we've been describing this particular AGM as not just an ordinary AGM that was intriguing and amazing and fulfilling, but more so historic, being that it's an AGM for the very first time after over 2 decades of since its establishment. And we also want the public and the rest of the reporters in Sierra Leone to note that this particular AGM was held under the very first female president of the Sierra Leone Reporters Union.
So the gender ticket has come to play.
Yes.
Okay. So this gender sensitivity. Now tell us, one thing that came out of that AGM, being the first after 2 decades, is that you've adopted a new constitution. Tell us, what is it that is new? Things that you think we need to know. I mean, what is in this new constitution?
All right.
If not all, even.
Yeah, of course we cannot go through all of it because the constitution is now divided into at least 16 articles. A range of issues were captured in this particular union because the union was set up in September 2004. And you would agree with me that a lot has changed in the media landscape in Sierra Leone and across the globe. So this particular new constitution seeks to uphold these changes and ensure that the systemic failure on the path of ensuring that the welfare of reporters, are considered along the way, ends with this new constitution. Hence, the preamble that deals with the objectives of the union. We stated it clear in the constitution that we're not just advocating for professionalism amongst reporters who we consider as the foot soldiers. They're the ones that go out for stories, and then when we come back we hand the stories over to the producers and finally to the presenters of these stories. So we ensure that the professionalism is not just upheld amongst these sets of critical people in the journalistic landscape, but also their welfare is ensured, is protected.
Okay, Esther, some of the reviews you made during this AGM or the constitution you've adopted, it's focused on safety of journalists, accountability, and institutional development. Let's talk about the safety of journalists. This has been one of the burning issues affecting journalists across the country. You've seen where journalists will go out to do their job. At the end of the day, they come in conflict whether with the people they are working for or even the community that they are serving. How did you actually look at this particular area, and what are the new reforms that you've adopted?
All right, thank you for that particular question. So, of course, SLBC is an affiliate member of Sierra Leone Association of Journalists. It means we are not working in isolation. It means we're working in collaboration with the Sierra Leone Association of Journalists. So, in as much as we have the power to include these reforms in the constitution, but we also consider the aspect of partnerships, of engagement with key players in the media sector. So we're not just going to impose on these media institutions that these reporters are working for. We're also looking forward to engaging with them because, again, whilst there are beautiful laws with regards to protecting, the safety of reporters, but some of these media institutions are not aware of these laws. That is not to say that ignorance of the law is an excuse, but also we're looking forward to engaging with them through partnership that we ensured was included in this particular constitution.
Okay, let's talk about professionalism. We've seen where journalists have been causing problems, all in the name of I'm a journalist and there is free speech in Sierra Leone, and therefore I'm just going to do whatever I want to do. And they hide under the ticket that if I am being arrested, definitely there will be voices coming all over the place for me to be released. How have you been engaging reporters, or how did you address that in this new constitution?
All right, so to answer to this question, I'll have to continue from the last. That has to do with training. So part of the things in this constitution, or the provisions in this constitution, so ensure that reporters are trained on how to ensure that they're safe, that no story is worth your life. You need to be alive to tell the story. And also during these trainings, we ensure that reporters are being groomed on professionalism, that you don't just tell stories because maybe based on your biases, based on who is paying the piper, dictating the tunes and all of that, but ensuring that you uphold the tenets of journalistic practice, ensure that you are accurate, the news is balanced, the news is credible, and you detach yourself from
but
that.
I think that now, Esther, man by nature is stubborn. That is just how man is made. But the thing is that the reason laws are around to ensure that people are guided as to what to do and what not to do. Now, let us talk about the issue of some media practitioners. I think that have been provoked by Francis. They think because they are media practitioners, so they have some special rights or privileges, and in the process, they do things that are really unprofessional, if you like. I mean, some of them, they are unscrupulous. So how does this constitution guide, reporters in the practice of journalism in this country? Are there any ways you can reprimand? Are there any way you can review, or you can reproach in a way should somebody goes against, some of the disciplinary codes that you have?
All right. As stated earlier on, this particular constitution is divided into 16 articles. But before answering that question, the challenge we're having as journalists is that unlike other professions, that it is strictly a profession. Let's say law, for example. You cannot be a lawyer if you've not darkened the doors of legal, schools. But when it comes to journalism, it's both a profession and a craft. And also a right, in fact, because there is freedom of expression. As long as you are a human being, you have that right, and it's an inalienable right.
But I want to... No, wait, Esther. I know where you're going.
Yes.
I want this one to be limited to your membership.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about, for example, that we have the new media, we have citizen journalists or whatsoever. That is what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about your membership, because these are your members, and they are the ones you are accountable for.
So I made mention of that point earlier on because I wanted to lay the foundation that in as much as we're going to ensure that our membership is responsible, is professional at the work they do, but also there will be challenges anyways. But now, so Article 4.4 of the new constitution deals with termination of the membership. And of course, part of the points listed under this particular article has to do with voluntarily resigns, and if the paragraph D of this particular article state that is the membership shall be revoked if the member is found guilty of professional misconduct or criminal conviction. So it comes back to what I made mention of earlier, that we do not work in isolation. We are an affiliate body of Sierra Leone Association of Journalists, and we have, apart from being affiliate member of Sierra Leone Association of Journalists, we have the code of ethics in journalism that guides our work. I made mention also of that earlier on, the ABCD principles of journalism: accuracy, balance, credibility, and being detached. So if you fall short of these, the Constitution gives us the right to terminate your membership.
How do you say being detached?
Detached, you have to be objective. Now,
okay, you have to be objective, right? Okay, now let us talk about the handing over, because this was an AGM and others had ruled, others had governed the Reporters Union, since its formation some 21 years ago. Now, what did you meet? Because this was an AGM, and then there was supposed to be probably a report by the outgoing or the outgoing executives, as the case may be. So, was that the case in this particular AGM?
So the thing for the AGM was the new constitution, the blueprint for the welfare of journalists. It means the central idea of the AGM was on the constitution, because let me tell you something, the law of any organization or any country determines the progress of that country, determines what should be done in that particular institution or union. So we were focused on ensuring that we get it right when it comes to our guiding principles.
No, what I'm saying is that yes, I know that the main thrust of that AGM was to adopt the new constitution. You know, based on what you've observed over time. What I'm saying here is that before you, there were other executives of the SLRU. But then now, you just went and you focused on your constitution without, you know, making some look back in a way.
So
what did you meet?
So, in as much as I cannot sit here and state exactly what we met as a union, because I am not part of the executive, I'm here to speak on the constitutional review process of the CLO Reporters Union. But I will tell you that during the AGM, we had discussions around the financial report of the union and was presented by the financial secretary. We also had conversations, you know, around the state of reporters in the AGM, and that came up from the statement made by, you know, media partners, and also some of the founding members of the CLO Reporters Union were also there. It means that we're not just, you know, working in silos or things like that, but we ensure that we are in talks with them, basically. So we in as much as we are now bringing up several reforms, but we are also in talks with them, because regardless of what one might want to think, they laid the foundation for the union.
All right. And Esther, we know we had a lot to talk about here.
All right, thank you very much, Esther Kadita Rawali from the Sierra Leone Reporters Union. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Continue to stay with us. We'll definitely come back to you later on in the program. But for now, we go to another issue. In a solid effort to continuously bring the government closer to the public by updating citizens on the progress and challenges of ministries, departments and agencies, the Ministry of Information and Civic Education is set to host its second annual Civic Day Festival at the EU Building in Freetown. What are the key highlights of this year's event? To help us understand more, we are joined by Abubakar Jose, Head of Strategic Communications, Ministry of Information, Communications and Civic Education. Good morning, Mr. Say, and welcome to Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Good morning, thank you for having me.
And it's been a while.
Indeed.
Okay, so let's talk about what is Civic Day Festival and why, and what are some of the highlights should Sierra Leoneans expect?
Civic Day Festival, you said it all in your intro. This is about bringing government closer to the people. So we actually had the maiden edition last year, and this is the second edition, as you rightly stated. But we are going to expand this one, because last year it only involved ministries, asking them to showcase their achievements, because we want to ensure that more and more people participate this time. So we are going to have the ministries along with their departments and agencies. So each of them will have their booths along with their departments and agencies.
So you have the SLBC as an agency under the ministry.
Under the Ministry of
Are we going to get a special place there?
Definitely.
Is the SLBC going to be allocated a space for them to be broadcasting from this?
The SLBC is an agency under the Ministry of Information and Civic Education. So we will have our booths that all of us will share, because that's what we will do this year.
Okay.
The ministry will share their booths along with their agencies and departments.
Okay, so bringing government to the people is good, but you've been doing this for some time now, not only the festival, but you've also been going to different places across the country to hold your town hall meetings. How effective has this been?
Well, it's been very, very, very effective. Of course, the feedback we normally get is that most people appreciate the efforts of government, because this is about democratic accountability. You don't just require the people to vote for you. At the end of the day, you have an obligation to actually keep them abreast of what you are doing in terms of governance of the state, and that is essentially what you are doing in this case. So because we had we'll be having the civic festival here in Freetown, so we decided to also take aspects of that to the people in the province. That's why we've been having the civic day series at a district level. So normally top government functionaries who are difficult to access, we take them up country and we ensure they sit face to face with the people. I mean, they ask them unfiltered questions and they respond, and the people do appreciate it.
Okay, let's talk about the effect of this particular civic day, the CEs that you've been holding across the country. How effective? We are not talking about effectiveness anymore, but let's talk about the improvements it has made, especially to the mindset of Sierra Leoneans. Because one of the reasons for you holding that is to bring the government to the people, to tell them what is happening. But how has this helped to change the mindset of Sierra Leoneans?
It has helped now the communication gap between government and the people. Because most times when we go up country, there are a lot of questions people ask. Their perceptions about things are different. Some of them have the wrong information, perhaps from the social media, well, not perhaps, mainly from the social media. And so it's always an opportunity for them to sit face to face with the movers and shakers of government, the people who actually make the news that they seek, and then they get the information from the horse's mouth. That's what they do appreciate. Because when you have situations like ours now, where we have massive misinformation and disinformation in our society, and people tend to swallow hook, line and sinker whatever information they get from whatever quarters, it's just prudent enough for you to go take the right people to them and let them hear from the people themselves, you know. So that's what we've been doing, and it's been having that effect, because you actually, I mean, doing these civic festivals, civic day series of country, some of the questions that come up, you actually know that these people, they are consumed by misinformation and disinformation. Okay, so you have to give them the factual information. That's what we do. These
are government institutions, and you are holding a civic festival at the EU building, and you said they are going to come to EU building to showcase what they are. What is it that they will be showcasing to the public?
Well, a lot. Specific focus will be on the Big Five agenda of His Excellency the President. Yeah, but then several other things as well. That's why we're having the agencies and the departments as well. So all of them, because some of the ministries, they're only responsible for policy direction. The actual people that implement those policies are their agencies, their commissions, etc. So that's why all of them are going to be there. So it's going to be amazing, because everybody will be there, including His Excellency the President. Of course, he will be visiting all of the booths to see what actually they are showcasing.
Okay, so
the Honorable Vice President, the President will have his booth, where the presidency, we might have one booth for the presidency. For the First Lady, the Chief Minister, they're all going to have their booths. Okay. And, along with all the ministry departments and agencies.
Mr. Sise, let's talk about inclusivity. Are we going to get other political parties to be part of this? Because this is supposed to be a national event where Sierra Leoneans should come to see what is happening. Have you extended invitation to the other political parties or other people who are not in governance?
Everybody is going to be involved.
They are going to be involved. Have you invited?
Yes, so that's what I want to say. Okay. It's inclusive, because we'll be also having a program in the hall, the Miata Conference Civic Hall. Yeah, that's why we'll be having our discussion programs. Yeah, so there we invited like even last year, the minority leader or the leader of the main opposition in parliament participated in the program last year as one of the guests of the panel discussions we'll be having. So again, we are going to invite them. They will be there. For with regard showcasing, I mean, this is not about political party, because once you decide to invite one political party to showcase anything, it defeats the purpose of what we'll be doing, because it's about government showcasing its achievement. But then that's why we will be having the other program that will be accommodating them. So the panel discussion programs, we'll be having guests, international guests, who will also be participating. So the opposition and other political parties will be there. They are all invited to participate in the panel
Now,
discussions.
Mr. let us talk about a representation again. I mean, I know that you've been doing town halls across the country, and you've been taking government ministers, heads of parastatals to the provinces and to talk to our people for them to know what is happening in government. But then, when it comes to this, civic festival, are we going to see, for example, Goju in my village represented? Because the thing is, you want people to know, and I know who are going to be selected to represent their various communities. But the thing is that how widespread is this going to be? Are we going to see a national character? Because as Francis said, this is supposed to be a national event where it doesn't matter your colors, it doesn't matter where you come from, it doesn't matter your political affiliation, you should have something to contribute. So are we going to see that national character?
Yeah, definitely. First of all, I just told you that the activities outside of the Miata Civic Center, that one is free. Anyone can access the compound and make your way into any of those booths, ask questions, see what they are doing, etc., etc. So that one is open to everyone.
When it comes to probably, submissions, representations, are we going to see, for example, members from the civil society, making presentations or submissions? Are you going to see, for example, like you mentioned, our international partners, they are going to be there as well? But then,
yes, we'll be having some civil society activists in the panels. We'll be having different panels, you understand, in the panel discussion that will be taking place in the Miata Civic Center. So it's a board composition, and civil society activists are going to be part of some of those panels for those discussions.
But then, are we going to see, a point in time when this particular civic festival will be kind of, rotated in a way? Yes, you will know that you'll be having civic days, in cities, in the regions. But then, this one now is holistic. It's like it is a combination of all what you've been doing. They are going to showcase at this civic festival. So are we going to see a day when we'll see probably this particular civic festival held in Makini, for example, in Bo, in Kenya, as the case may be?
People have been calling exactly for that. Okay. Yeah. But then we have to take into consideration the fact that the cost implication of taking such a mega activity up country. So that's why in the meantime we've been doing the civic day series at district level, as I earlier on explained. But then what happens is that after this event, of course, we'll be going to evaluate, and then we'll look at some of these proposals, if they are actually what it is, because I just told you it's the cost implication. But then anything is possible. Anything is possible going forward. Right, so that's why I said from time to time.
No, because one thing, the reason or among reasons for this question is that we also the last civic days in Bo, the most touching, following up all the series you heard so far in the regions. One in Bo was touching, especially when that woman was talking about how Kush, how Kush destroyed her only son. It was touching. So it means there are a lot of issues out there. Probably rotation could be something that will be accepted or appreciated by a lot of Sierra because they will feel that yes, they also belong and they are part of this national process.
Yeah, so that's why we'll continue to review from time to time to see whatever we can accommodate based on the availability of resources, because this is about resources.
All right.
Yeah? And when you decide to move, you the cost implication becomes something else, So that's why
so you are constrained by finance.
Definitely. I mean, we all know that. So you see, government provides most of the funding, and then we also reach out to some other people to help us. But then we all know the financial situation in the country. So that's why for now, this is the route we are taking.
All right,
maybe
thank you very
later
much.
We'll give consideration to those proposals.
All right, thank you very much. He is Jose, and he is head of Strategic Communications, Ministry of Information, Communications and Civic Education. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone, and we'll now go for a short commercial break, and we'll continue the program right after the break.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
We are back, and the program you are still watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone, live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television and through our social media handles. Now, let us talk about health, and this one has to do with antibiotics. Well, antibiotics, also known as antimicrobial drugs, were first discovered in the early 20th century. The breakthrough came in 1928 when Alexander Fleming identified a discovery that revolutionized modern medicine and saved millions of lives by making bacterial infections treatable. In the decades that followed, additional antibiotics such as streptomycin, tetracycline, and erythromycin further transformed the healthcare system. However, the widespread overuse and misuse of antibiotics have contributed to the rise of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, now recognized as a major global public health threat. In response, recent efforts have focused on promoting responsible antibiotic use and exploring new strategies to combat resistance. But what is the current status of antibiotic use in Sierra Leone, and why is public education on this issue so critical? Joining us in the studio this morning is Dr. Alpha Mahmoud Ba from the College of Medicines and Allied Health Sciences. Good morning, welcome to the program.
Good morning, thank you for
now, over the counter sales of drugs of every kind, you know, is a habit in this country. People go to pharmacies without any prescription, and the pharmacists, you know, who are supposed to know better, sell drugs to people, drugs that are supposed to be prescribed by a physician, you know, is just sold over the counter, just like that. No, I mean, I know that there are laws that do speak against some of those practices, but the reason being they are not that much, you know, I mean, enforced. Well, now, every day people go in for antibiotics for various reasons, I mean, without any prescription. So now, you are here telling us that, in fact, the misuse and use of antibiotics, you know, is a serious threat to the human system, to the human health. Now tell us, you know, some of the implications of misuse, overuse, or use of antibiotics.
Thank you very much. The discussion focuses on antimicrobial resistance. And antimicrobials are actually drugs that are used to treat not only bacteria. The drugs that are used to treat bacterial infections are known as antibiotics. The drugs that are used to treat viruses are known as antiviral. Drugs that are used to treat parasites are known as antiparasitic. And those for fungi are known as antifungal. So in combination, they are all known as antimicrobials. But unfortunately, we only focus on antibiotics. So if I have a flu, just like you mentioned, I go to the pharmacy and buy amoxicillin, which is an antibiotic. But flu is caused by a virus. So you are supposed to get a prescription from a doctor to buy antiviral instead of antibiotics. So as a result, the bacteria or the virus itself will mutate and change its structure. Next time you buy an antiviral medication, that antiviral medication will not bind. In fact, the virus must have changed its binding site. So you develop resistance against that antiviral as well as against that antibiotic. So this poses a cost on the individual that is sick. A minor infection that you are supposed to spend 5 days to cure will take you a month or 2 or a year, because the drug you are taking, either you are not taking the right drug, or you are not taking the right dose, or you are not taking it at the right frequency.
So you don't know what, Dr. Jalo, Dr. Ba,
Yes.
if you take, for example, a drug, for virus, and what really is working you is bacteria. So it means you are just wasting your time. It will not work.
Of course.
Okay.
We need to know differences between a bacteria, a virus, a parasite, and a fungus. They all have different features, how they survive, how they replicate. For example, a virus, it exists as a non-living thing outside the human body. It only becomes a living thing when it is in the human body. But for the bacteria, it lives everywhere, both on humans, on the soil, in air, everywhere. For the parasites, it only lives on or inside a host.
Okay, doctor, so tell us some of the illnesses associated with these different disease illnesses you are talking about.
For example, if you talk about bacterial infection, you think of pneumonia, you think of TB.
What about bronchitis also? Well, that is the pneumonia. They are all in that family.
Yes, so when you talk about pneumonia, you're talking about the lungs, inflammation of the lungs. It might be caused by a bacteria. So if you're talking about virus, a viral infection, you're talking about HIV. Or you're talking about hepatitis. Those are all viral infections. If you're talking about parasitic infestation, you are talking about malaria, giardia. If you are talking about fungal infection, you are talking about candidiasis or maybe cryptococcal meningitis. So these diseases, they are being caused by specific microorganisms, and they require specific drugs to treat them. And not using the exact drug or the exact dose with the exact frequency poses
But what do you do? I think this is like, for example, you are suffering from headache, and somebody gives you a medicine for a toothache. That is the kind of scenario.
Yes. It doesn't cure, and it causes the virus, or the bacteria, to do 3 things or 4 to actually cause it. They actually become intelligent, or they try to trick us. They trick the drug. If you actually give the drug for bacterial infection, not the right drug or right dose, the bacteria itself changes its structure, as I mentioned, or itself produces an enzyme that degrades the drug that you're taking. So no matter how much you take, it will not work.
Okay.
Or it actually covers its structure so that the drug does not enter into its body to cause a harm. Or sometimes it actually mutates totally. It becomes a different species instead of the drug acting on it.
Doctor, let's talk about this. Seems to be a very complex
yes,
and much education, I'm sure, has not been given to the public so they understand what you are talking about. Let's talk about people who, all of us most of us are guilty of what I'm about to ask. For example, I'll be sick with malaria and then I go to the doctor and a prescription is given to me, the right treatment is given. But once I start taking that drug and I feel a little bit better, I forget taking all the remaining dosage, and then I'll just go about my business. And maybe after 1 week or so, then I begin to feel the same way. So what happens in that situation?
So it's the same process. Yeah. You are supposed to give somebody 10 units for transportation to go to Waterloo. You give that person maybe 5 units. You will find an avenue to have another money just to go to Waterloo. So if you have to give a specific dose, like say malaria, being treated for 3 days, and the frequency is actually 0, 12, and 24 hours, and you are told to take that medication for 3 days, and you only take that medication, let's say for 2 or 1 day, and the dosage that is required to actually mutilate or kill the amount of bacteria parasites in your body, you do not take it, and you are still left with some residual parasite in you. Some days or weeks later, they resurface again. They act.
When you may think
Yes,
that
yes.
the medicine or the medication was not
Did not
effective.
work.
Yeah.
And you are all guilty of this, including healthcare professionals. Like, we are all guilty of this, as I said. You are told to take this medication at a specific frequency and this exact dose. The moment you start feeling better, you stop taking the medication.
But then how do you work with, for example, the Pharmacy Board of Sierra Leone, the Medical and Dental Association, to ensure that some of these things are adhered to? For example, over-the-counter drugs, there are certain drugs you are not supposed to sell over the counter. Some you have to only sell when you've been provided a prescription. It has to be prescribed. In fact, there are some points where some prescribed drugs are being sold in certain pharmacies, but that is probably another discussion for another time. But then how do you, is there any synergy, for example, among, key stakeholders, Pharmacy Board, Medical and Dental Association, and probably, and the university, College of Medicine and Allied Health Sciences, in trying to address more of the issues you just highlighted?
So to start with, when you are enrolled to pharmacy, support the medications, the drugs, the viruses, the parasites, whatever microorganisms, which drug for which microorganism. And as a doctor, there are guidelines. For example, if you have to treat TB, we know it's for 6 months. You have intensive and continuous phase. So the doctors know this, and they will prescribe the medications, and they will say go to the pharmacy and buy these medications. And at the pharmacy, they have rules and regulations, but as you mentioned in the earlier discussion, humans in general are stubborn. So sometimes when they go to the pharmacy, a specific spectrum or a specific class, because those drugs, they have classes, class 1, class 2, according to the spectrum they act on, the microorganisms. So you are told specifically to buy this medication, this class, and you go to the pharmacy, they tell you this class is not available, but you have an alternative. And you, the doctor, you know.
But what if the right advice is not given? Like, for example, I mentioned about some pharmacists selling prescribed drugs, to people
over the counter without prescription.
Prescribed.
Yes.
Drugs that have been banned, being sold,
So that actually the pharmacy board has regulations.
No, I was asking about synergy, because you're only in this health sector, so there should be cooperation, there should be collaboration.
There are laws actually that governs the medical association as well as the pharmaceutical association.
Okay.
And I'm a doctor. I'm just getting into the field. Okay. I have a lot to learn, but I believe there are those laws that govern both the pharmaceutical sciences when it comes to prescribing drugs, starting from importing those drugs.
But what if those laws are not adhered to? Don't you think you have an extra responsibility to ensure that is done?
One of the responsibilities of a doctor is to actually advise the patient on the drugs prescribed to them.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, doctor. Continue to stay with us. I think we have a lot to discuss on that particular area. We continue with the program. We go back to you, Esther, from the SLRU. Now that you've adopted this new constitution, what's next?
Right, it's to ensure that its membership, the membership of the union, gets hold of these documents. So basically, we are ensuring that we popularize this new constitution, so it doesn't just sit at the office of the president of the Sierra Leone Reporters Union or our executive members, but the entire membership, gets to know the do's and don'ts in this constitution.
Welfare. Let us talk about welfare. There are certain media houses, who do not even pay reporters. Some of them are giving ID card for them to go and survive. You understand? It's like the RAF. They give guns to young boys to go and fight. You go and provide for yourself. That is where you see looting, killing, maiming, as the case may be. And see how dangerous it is when somebody is not paid and he or she is in the field. That's the story. He could be easily compromised or probably try to practice yellow journalism. So when it comes to welfare,
so that is why, under the leadership of the current president of the Sierra Leone Reporters Union, Madam Esther Kabia, our campaign message, basically, or the central theme of our campaign message was the welfare of reporters. So aside the constitution, we've been engaging, these media owners, these proprietors and proprietresses of this media institution, to ensure that aside it being, them depriving the reporters of their monies or the payments that is due them, it is also a crime, for you to have a staff or somebody working for you, for your institution, up to 6 months, and you still referring to them as intern or referring to them as fellow or volunteers. The labor law, the 2023 labor and employment law, it makes us to understand that it is, once somebody has worked for up to 6 months, that person is no longer a volunteer. So in as much as we're engaging these media owners, these proprietors and proprietresses, we're also ensuring that we engage the reporters to know their rights, because there's a saying, you cannot fight for your rights if you do not know them. Most reporters do not know that you're not supposed to be referred to as a volunteer after 6 months in a particular institution.
Okay, so Esther, quickly before we go to another issue, we spoke about lawlessness, or the way some journalists do behave, all in the name of a journalist. Some will just move along the street of which, without, even if they have a vehicle, they will not license it, they will just press it, they will just put a tag on it, journalist and all this, and they will be causing problem all over the place. And this is a concern. Are you also working in that area to address that?
Yes,
because in as much as you're working to make sure that they are okay, you're working for their welfare, they also must be responsible.
I agree with you that there are bad eggs, and in every profession, and even as reporters, we do have some who portray themselves in that light. However, we will not stop at just putting down these issues in black and white, writing about them, including them in the constitution, but also ensure that we keep engaging our membership. We keep ensuring that we give them training through partnership with experts in the field. So
yes. All right, so we go to you just to say, so what are we expecting at the festival this year? How is it going to be different from the one you had last year?
Well, I said earlier on, we are going to have increased participation, because this time on, unlike last year, we'll be having departments and agencies also participating, and we are also going to have NGOs, because this civic festival is being held in collaboration with the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. So our development partners are also going to participate. So all of that will make it very.
You have the last time you had a lot of entertainment. Is it going to be the same?
Yeah, definitely. On the third day, we'll be having the civic concerts. Yeah, a lot of local artists have been lined up to perform on that day. So that's why when you had on board the issue of Carly Leo, he was also due to perform on that day, but because there's a date clash, so we are going to have our own concert first, and then we go to support him.
So
but then LJ and other artists, other top local artists, they're all going to be there to add spice to the event. So that's going to be a very, very, very good concert. We intend to showcase everything Sierra Leone, our arts, our culture. There will also be exhibition. Understand? So it's a combination of everything Sierra Leone. We want to, that's why we say Our mantra is Salon Big Bash World.
Alright, okay, thank you so
much.
much. He is Abakar Josise, head of the Strategic Communications Unit in the Ministry of Information and Civic Education. We quickly go through the papers right now, and I start with the Calabash newspaper, which says Transport Minister charts new vision. Sierra Leone Civil Aviation Authority honored for prominence at 2025 annual retreat. Residents of Spoilview Estate rise up to protect their neighborhood. G20 Summit 2025, President Bill calls for transformative G20 Africa Compact on mineral wealth. Well, these are some of the stories you can see in the Calabash newspaper.
From the Calabash, we go to the exclusive newspaper, with a banner headline, APC, Unite or Die. This is quoting Dr. Ibrahim Bagwea telling APC members of Parliament. And APRC ultimatum, 8 more days for APC. SLBH outlines reforms. These and more you find in the exclusive newspapers. For those of you interested on how Arsenal demolished Tottenham yesterday, go out for this newspaper.
Now, the A to Z newspaper says Social Welfare Ministry completes a review of National Mental Health and Strategy. President Bill and champions G20 Africa Compact on critical minerals at Johannesburg and Summit. Well, there are many more stories. You can go and have your own copies.
Okay, from the A to Z, we go to the Awoko newspaper. What type of political system suits Sierra Leone beyond rivalry? What Morino, Wenger, and Ubuntu teaches us about leadership and legacy. And red tape strangling Sierra Leone's economy. This is according to World Bank. And Bio presses G20 to back fair mineral deals for Africa. These and more you find in the Awoko newspaper.
Now, my final paper is the Awareness Times, and it says, as it goes a line against money politics, Honorable by Mahmoud Bangura cautions APC in Pobloko. Cabinet endorses financial year 2026 budget. These are some of the stories you can see in the Awareness Times newspaper.
Alright, our final paper for today is the Standard Times newspaper. Standard Times newspaper, controversial school conversion. Spoilview Estate residents unite to halt. And Sierra Leone's APRM, they see a beacon of continental governance, innovation, and unwavering democratic leadership. These and more you find in the Standard Times newspaper. But this is how we end this edition of Good Morning Sierra Leone, and we must let viewers know that views expressed in these newspapers do not in any way reflect the views of the SLBC. We are merely reviewing what the papers are saying. Doctor, so what next step are you taking to sensitize the public about the misuse of these drugs?
So what we now do here is to come to the media houses and sensitize people, and also let the message go out there. Don't take it upon yourself to buy medications without a doctor's prescription.
Alright, okay. Alright, thank you so much. Don't just go and buy over the counter, as we have been advised by Dr. Alpha Mahmoud Ba from the College of Medicine and Allied Health and Sciences. And that is how we say goodbye. It has been Good Morning Sierra Leone, which came to you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation Television. Many thanks to our guest here this morning, Joe Cisse from the Ministry of Civic Education, Information and Civic Education, and Madam Esther from the Sierra Leone Reporters Union, and Dr. Jalo from the College of Medicine and Allied Health Sciences. Many thanks to the entire production team, especially producer William White. I am Sheku Sumaila.
My name is Frances Bernard. Quickly a reminder of our quote of the day, which is from Tony Robbins, and it says, human body is the best picture of human soul. Have a lovely and wonderful day. Good morning.
civic.
Vintage Point.
I'd like at juncture to commend the Ministry of Information and Civic Education.
Salon Big Factory Hall.
This is the only Sierra Leone we have. No other Sierra Leone not there. Pass this one. Hey, now look.
Don't tire. Next give me butter. I want your reconga. Nobody now go make me scatter. Cause peace not the matter. We don't tire. We don't tire. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Whoa, whoa. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay.
This country don't left, now we handle. Now we the young one, them for land. This new salon, now for youth man. Now we for help for pull and pampo. Youth man, we for no. For what you say we dey go. Until we don't see we
Salomon, if we want save the youths, let we stop for import kush. Kush they destroy the youths, them future kush they kill the youths. Salomon, if you want help the youths, let we
Capucins, make the one day where they sell kush and you party them, no lie by you. The one day where they sell kush, now you money no more, they want. They no go ever tell you what the bad thing there, where kush they do to your life.
Capucins, make the one where they sell kush and you party them, not like by you. The kush seller go just they make boku money from the kush where in they sell give and live big life. Where you where they buy them, they die and poor. Do ya Capucins? Keep your money and use them for live better life. You party them go and make you and then go smoke the kush together.
But they no will ever tell you but waiting intellect where you want left am. The one that we know, no they bother for tell you because they not care about that again. Capucins, make the one that way they sell kush and you party them, not lie by you. As salon person, now for Capucins, and Tina tranga one and say no to kush. So you no go fast in day. We all know see for come up being kush, not easy, and you no go able to do them all by yourself. But if you ask for help to big people in your community or call 117, now so you go able to do them. Remember say, person will ask for help, now strong person will believe say change go come.
His Excellency President Biodon declare say we all for join and tap kush at this country.
Kush the killer, kush the killer. Come with me and kush.
Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation Television on Channel 31 is the news brief for the hour. It's me, Dennis Fraser. The Ministry of Health, through its innovative hospital builds program in collaboration with the Well Women Clinic and MEPS Trust, has concluded a 2-day free comprehensive mobile person-centered medical outreach and awareness campaign in the Western area. The outreach provided screening, diagnosis, treatment, and health education for more than 500 women, men, and families in the Otolo community in Western rural districts and Granite Market in Western urban. The team of doctors, nurses, midwives, public health practitioners, and health educators who provided breast and cervical cancer screening, HPV vaccination for adolescent girls, general physical examination, diagnosis, and treatment of common medical conditions to patients. Local authorities
Community leaders and independent observers lauded the initiative, noting that many families in the targeted communities face major challenges accessing health care. Ministry of Social Welfare has opened a 2-day stakeholder review and protection coordination workshop on the national mental health and psychosocial support services in emergency strategy. The review highlighted rising public concerns about drug and substance abuse and the need to integrate interventions such as early adolescent skills for emotionally national psychosocial programs. The exercise is intended to capture critical components of mental health and psychosocial support services to guide operations and improve services for vulnerable and disadvantaged groups. Sierra Leone and Nigeria have reaffirmed their long-standing partnership with a bold focus on digital cooperation following the signing of a memorandum of understanding. At a high-level forum in Freetown, stakeholders including government ministers from both countries pledged to strengthen ties in technology, trade and innovation aimed at boosting national response and regional integration. The Executive Director of the National Investment Board, Dr. Edward Ingasani, said Sierra Leone was committed to innovative ideas that will lead the country into a digital future. It disclosed that through the ECOWAS schemes and digital platforms, producers across the region will soon register businesses online from elsewhere. The Nigeria's Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Honorable Bosom Tijani, highlighted the role of young innovators in shaping Africa's digital economy, noting that technology must be driven by young people. The partnership is part of a broader vision to align Sierra Leone with global digital trends, attract investment, and to ensure the country is not left behind in the race towards achieving digital economy. And Milan Dabo has been elected president of the United Nations Field Staff Union for the second time. Mr. Dabo secured 53 of the votes in elections where UN International Peacekeeping Mission staff across the world participated. Milan began his UN career in 2001 as a car washer and cleaner and rose through the ranks to becoming the first African ever elected as president of the UNFSU, marking an historic milestone in the organization's 80 years history. Mr. Dawo first became president of the UNFSU in 2023 as he credited with rebuilding the union into the fastest growing and most financially sustainable staff union in the entire United Nations system. The Sierra Leonean-born UNFSU president is fluent in English, French, Italian, and other international languages. And that's the news brief on the hour from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation Television on Channel 31. Keep watching, stay tuned.
salon man and woman as a meet.
Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are.
Waiting do
we sweet salon for well.
Waiting do
we sweet salon for well.
I say salon man and woman as a meet.
Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are.
I say salon man and woman as a meet.
Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are.
Where we get we gold, where we get we diamond, where we get we iron or wife for where we where we get we rutile, where we get we bauxite. Fish in our water plenty, wife for well we I say salon man and woman as a meet.
Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are.
I say salon man and woman as a meet.
Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are.
If petrol day, lights day na the whole country, motocar they run up and no wife for well pawiye. If parents get good pay, pikin go school. If teacher get good pay, all pikin they go land. I say salon man and woman as a meet.
Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are.
I say salon man and woman as a meet.
Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are.
Waiting do
we sweet salon for well.
Waiting do
we sweet salon for well.
This is Kintombome at dawn. It's just like any other morning in Freetown. Some young people have already begun their day with mucky bags in hand and wheelbarrows. At this point, my colleague Donald was careful because the way to the Bome was muddy. We had to stop filming as we make our way because it was early and that some of the young men engaged in this undesirable source of livelihood might not want to wake up to lights of a camera. It was not a typical welcome for us, but that's expected because for them, it was like any other morning, full of struggle for survival. They believe that their mornings have always been different from the rest of us. This is Kintombo Medom site. It is one of the final destinations for tons of waste generated in Sierra Leone's capital, Freetown. It also serves as a home and hustling ground for hundreds of young people. Let's spend some hours here and see how life looks like. We stumbled into a discussion about an iPhone 6 owned by one of the women living in the dorm site. It is such a valuable item to be owned by anyone here. The owner is the subject of admiration because majority of the others here don't own a phone. Unfortunately though, there was already a discussion to sell the phone because it appears the owner and several others don't know how to operate it. Meanwhile, some have already begun their daily routines, hawking to survive. This documentary is about 3 individuals.
Right, good morning viewers, welcome to Makri Hour. We meet you from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Granville. Me really bring the program come to now, my own name na Aliu Bokari, and of course I did me make them come for help me push the program go before. I did with Mr. Cole. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to viewers and customers then out there.
I also deal with Anne-Marie, who is come for help the program go before.
Good morning, viewers. Good morning, customers of Macri International. Good morning to all.
Yeah, stay connected as we can today. Inside today's program, we can talk about Lotto. So if you're a customer of Lotto, just get set at least with a pen and paper because we'll get from thank you more and more. This now waiting Makiri can do with the show you have for win the game. Then definitely as you win and so the money they come with you. So we will start with Mr. Femiko. We'll get to valuable customers and with the few now with the white sheet. Which we'll get for them this week.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to start with the appetite with the results. The first draw we will this morning win at the Hotel River draw. The winning numbers then for this draw are 8080 2323 7272 1919 and 2121. The extra 6 na 5656, extra 7 na 5454. The machine numbers then are single number 8 1515 58 58 86 86 and single number 6. So these are the results for the first draw, the 9 o'clock draw today. We are the Hotel River draw. And they say, as usual, on behalf of management and staff of Market International, congratulations to you play and win. And you will not play it, not forget say we get 5 more draws for go. We'll get first chance win at 11 o'clock, the way win the next draw, we'll get Ali I win at 2 o'clock, we'll get the Bible draw win at 4 o'clock, we'll get the Matthew Daily Special at 6 o'clock, and we'll get Lucky win at 8 o'clock. So now we'll continue for stake, play with favorites ball then, play the forecasters ball then, play with the game ball, and play with you think say will actually come. Then you said will be lucky winner today.
Alright, thank you very much, visuals and valuable customers. When I don't hear you now, for you, we don't get a chance for listening to the first draw this morning. Well, you don't get a chance now for get the results there now. If you don't win, or if you don't win, take your time now. Go to any of them red box machine then and stake your bet for be the next millionaire way Michael Yefo can make. But for now, continue back again for listening as Mr. Femiko will get more and more for tell you. Maybe you get to guidance where you get for can you. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, I want to give prediction we come up for forecasters then.
This is one of the forecasters them calling us Davis. He say, of course, the carry Vadodon pass for him. Initially play 3-1-31, 4-0-40, and 7-8-78. Now for the first chance, when at the next draw, he play 5-1-51, single number 1, 3-1-31. For the 2 o'clock draw, when at the earlier, he play 5-4-54, 8-9-89, and 2-1-21. For the Bible draw, when at the 4 o'clock draw, he say let you play single number 8, 4-2-42, 6-2-62. Mark you daily special when at the 6 o'clock draw, he say make you play 1-9-19, 4-5-45, and single number 1. And for the last draw, when at the 8 o'clock draw, when at the lucky draw, say make you play 2-8-28, single number 8, and 8-6-86. So this now waiting don't come in from the forecasters. Then if we get more, okay, more don't come inside. And Professor L.A. review when another forecasters again tips for today. This make you play 2-1-21, 3-7-37, and 7-5-75. He also said you play 1-7-17, 2-3-23, and 3-6-36. He said that you play 2-8-28, 4-5-45, and 6-1-61. And before that, so you play 1-1-11, 3-2-32, and 8-4-84. So make you play 3-4-34, 5-9-59, and 8-6-86. And finally, so you play 2-8-28, 3-9-39, and 7-77. VP say that you play 2-1-21, 5-4, 54, and 6-8-68. So make you play 3-8-38, 4-0-40, and 5-9-59. So you can play 4-7-47, 5-9-59, and 8-6-86. He said make you play 1-9-19 for the Bible guy, make you play 6-2-62, and 6-4-64. For Lucky, he said make you play 1-6-16, 3-6-36, and 7-9-79. So these are the forecasters and predictions them. Hope we don't get them. A small filter in during the course of the program. I will make you know.
Alright, before I will have you, normally people, somebody we don't listen these predictions now. Yeah. We actually don't hear the predictions where come, the people that not see now for so game, now for this, somebody go don't play and now say, hey, well, Maki, them say, I have to play this, I have to play that. So, and we know we so take go again the we and so what you go for talk about this prediction?
Where you see the neighbor they call it prediction.
Okay.
And we not tell anybody say a trouble. Say prediction. And these are forecasters them they believe say this game here a program in the machine. It's computerized and there's a system you have to follow. There are system they follow we make the able come out to them body. But again it depends on the probability. This all get for the probability. The probability say this ball will come, it gets new chance in terms of percentage. So I'm making predictions, and if you follow Professor L.A. review, not a single day not they winning the pool ball. But you see Lotto now game with a kind of perseverance. The man they give 3 sets of numbers and 3 numbers there, they give 6 different sets of numbers there when I 3 number them. They tell you see now for play them. During the course of the day, most of the time, if people they follow you know Lotto lover they play, you know say you will get born about how you play them. How you play them, whose game you play them. You see, so tell me the first game you will come. The second game you will say I don't play the first game and I will play the second game. The second game now when you not play, now they didn't number come. So some people they will take out 2 trillions for the day. The number the day. 2 trillions, stay the day done, 12 trillions start play so for the day. If you have play big, it left to you. Now make you advice say the minimum stake for Lotto now mark you in 2 trillions. So if you able to play each game you play 2 trillions, within the first you say power waiting and people that they predict now for play. So tell yourself get your own ball the way you believe in. When in a matter of time for them come, you can play them. But this Lord look like I say, why I don't read the sets of predictions that are coming to your question, me say you expect say what for come. Obviously if we say now they predict was 100% correct, then me would not go sit on yourself. Because every day all man they win. They put aside the money you want for the people every day, but the probability Now, let me go call them prediction. When I predict this will come, it can come, it not can come.
All right. So before I come to Anne-Marie, let me talk about the various way how people can play, because now every year market they make, they bring chances for people and for win. Now we don't begin here, but up and down, to 1 and to 2, to 3, to 4, nap chance and all this. So for somebody we don't know, go through the various we have for play this note.
Well, for beginners then, we get what we call super and daily. What is super mean? It means say you predict 2 balls then, for them come inside the first 5 balls when they go on the machine. If they come in whatever area they fall, once the first 5 ball then come 2 ball, you don't win super. Now for daily, it means that 2 ball day where you don't play, so you win them up. If you come up and the first 5 ball, you win. If you can't dunk back again and the last 5 ball back again, you win. And for 2 leons, when it come up, if a super alone you play, you don't win 400 leons, new money. If not daily you play, when they come up, you don't win 240 leons. If I don't come, you win 160. That's for beginners. I always beg for standstill, because you don't find way you understand the game. You go begin to go play the 1 up, 1 down, then have chance, then turbo. When you start, as you go, trust me, not to possibly learn yourself to that game yourself. You begin to understand how as you go play. I mean, you tell that once you communicate, you go to the game, and then you get the extra 6, and you get the extra 7. With the extra 6 mean that means the first 6 ball will then draw. If you get 2 number there, you don't win. Extra 7 back again, the first 7 ball there will then draw at the machine. If you get 2 number there, you don't win. Then you get 1 up, 1 down. That means you forget 1 ball, what they call the first 5. You forget 1 ball there. Then after the 80 ball formation, the last 5 when they put at the machine, you forget 1 ball back as well. Okay, that 1 up, 1 down. If you play single 1, you play single 2. By order of how you play them, if single 1 can up, you don't win 324. That's 2 leons. Single 1 come up, single 2 come down. That means in a correct order. But if now single 2 come up, single 1 come down, you still win. But you win incorrect order will give you 162,000 leons. Then from there we get the P1, that are 1 number you play. Just predict say and they play 1 number. At 2 leons you get 20 leons if you get the 1 number. Then you get the turbo games then. Turbo 2, what do you mean? You forget the first 2 ball when they call at the machine. Like for example, now they do the draw. They say single number 5. First ball drawn, single number 5. Second ball drawn, 5, 5, 55. If you play single 5, 55, turbo 2, that means you don't win. The first 2 ball drawn. Turbo 3 means then 2 ball that they play, therefore come within the first 3 ball where they draw. That's not turbo 3. Turbo 4 also means the 2 ball that we play for come within the first 4 ball where they draw. Then this turbo 2 back again, you get the turbo 2 daily, like how you get super and daily. That means then 2 ball that you play, so now turbo 2 daily you go play. That means if you don't come up, then kind of the first 2 ball where they draw down, you win back. And the turbo 2 daily. They get a nap chance then. Nap chance 3, nap chance 4, nap chance 5. You predict 3 numbers then. For that 3 numbers there, where you predict, so if you come, then they pay you. If not 2 come, then they give you something back still. If not 1 number come, which you play, if not 2 leons you play, then they give you 2 leons back. That means you still get you 2 leons back. Nap chance 4 are the same thing. If you win 4 number, will pay. You win 3 number, will pay. I mean, no, 4 number you play, now they can very clear. When all 4 come, now you win. But if 3 number come, they will reciprocate. They will say, okay, this man at least he try. He get 3 number long and something. If not 2 number you get and the 4, they will give something still. If not 1 number you get, which you stake, they will give. So that's all the game then they as when they come and the program, I go take them, I go through all the games them. But I can always advise say for beginners then, you win, they listen to this program today for the very first time. If you want for begin play, start with super and daily. And once you don't master super and daily, all of that games they have explain so easy.
Alright, viewers, this is now the Mercury Hour program where they reach you from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Granville. And me where they bring the program come to now, my name is Ali Obokari. Of course, I still advise continue for listening because inside the program we get forgive now more and more about Lotto. And I will come to you especially because normally now we not then kid and bog more. We can get some customers in. Sometimes they don't come here, but play for me. Why come? They can't take this ticket. But normally when they don't play now, where the winning can come. I don't know if not from the retailer or maybe we can always hear you say I've been playing. Then the retailer say no, I not been play for you. Or then he can say no, but I've been win. So because this happened, then problem I can always come to now. What will be your advice for valuable customers as we always care for them?
Customers have priority. Customers always for good priority. But my advice to customer, play and take your ticket, not left your ticket. Because then complain this day, they kind of office always. Because some retailer they forget. If you can't say play for me, you don't meet other people then obviously must forget any time. If that time they're going to play for you now, when I did the problem they arise. Blabber must come and say, this retailer, you know, play for me, you know, this, you know, that. You know, say some customer, the way you know play for a number come, a problem. So man, they kind of office, hey, he play, they don't say no play, he play, the retailer will say no play. But when they can check on the system, Market gets a very good system. If you play, he don't know say you play. If you not play back, the system will tell you say you not play. So but what's from there now when they can tell they say they not play, no, na bad thing and this and that you should be our customer then. And always customers in our priority. If you know so you know they play for that person, not take any money. Or no answer to I yes say I will play for you. Then later all the person come, then you not play for and then number do come. And right now the country it is so very hard. Everybody need money in bag and in pocket. For you everybody in this country in a family person. Either you want to take care of your picking, you want to take care of your wife, you want to take care of your home. So you need money. Market in a big coming, a reliable coming. You win 100 million now, we they pay you now. Market 2 loans don't make you don't get 400 loans in your pocket. Every day, right now, left for Paul Street. You know, say yesterday, Arsenal, Tottenham, they play. So some man buy it for Arsenal. Say Arsenal go win, they win. People in their office. Some man playing Lotto. People in their office. I left them there. Let me try for tell the customers there not send you picking away, you know, 18 years if not they get box. 18 years plus and play responsible.
Yeah, we will come to that more. I'll bring you come inside back again on this same issue. And come with one silent one, you know. They can always say some customer because of they don't know say this customer not to understand the retailer can say and not play. So in that case, what will be your advice for the customer? What in that customer they for do?
You know, business transaction they come with what we call offer and acceptance and a law. Then you get for support and by what we call consideration, where na performance or you give money. Now in macro sense, na money. I can always advise it for being the safe side. No matter the relationship will exist between the retailer, no matter. Genuinely, what can happen most of the time. Sometimes like each game, each Lotto game, for example, or each football game, the machine they close for that particular game. They 5 minutes to the 10 to kick off. You cannot close. So like a 10 minutes to kick off, maybe you go to the retailer, you meet other people and they which we may say you don't have pressure. You tell and say you left your set because you don't mark every time you give them. Say play this for me. You take a lion, it's happy you take a lion. Until by the time they play for the people we did before the machine don't close. In your neighbor communicate with you now, say, hey, I never play more. That nobody for you sit down at your office now, or you do about you don't have a business or you're in your house now, you put you listen radio now, poop, this number come. Take off. I don't win, you go to the retailer. I don't ever play, but it's hard for player for you. The machine close. It's very painful. It's very painful anyway. So what you can say, no matter how well you be, me are the big, and later for big. Go to the retailer, even if the retailer they trust you. Now, let's put it this way. But make sure say you team up play the tickets for you, he cut the tickets for you, he give you. If you decide not for campaign the retailer again, it left to you and the retailer. But no say the transaction at least, you don't secure your tickets. And if you see that man they play for you, he cut tickets due, you don't get money because he sabi you, he trust you, say you will come. But you don't get the ticket because I don't know one situation one some time ago, we now me want tell a man with retailer every day for all the games then. Because the man so busy in the shop, he didn't get commodity. They tell this retailer say play this ball for me. Play it for me. So I don't play it for me 10,000 to 60,000 years. Every evening time, this retailer they go collect this man, play the ball for you. When the man they go check the result, the ball not come. So they give the 60,000. They give him over. And then they go and say they give him without asking the retailer. So when the ticket we play. So on this particular day, the ball come per one pound to go them. It come up now. The retailer not go meet him because what thing they do, they not really play the ball for the man. Now 360,000 goes to go to every blessed day.
Okay.
Now this ball can now, the man go meet and now say, where be tickets? That's it. Tickets not there. He not play them. First we say play them. Now because the man will win, according to the man in calculation, item for play. Now over to 20 million the man win. Where this tickets now will color the system, will check them and not play. Later on now wherefore you know say all the money now this man will go get this retailer. He not maybe the place for the man. But when the man lost, he don't go inside go test. The man said look at okay, so I don't give you order. Say they play the order for me all day. They cut the money. He say yeah. So the transaction for you the customer, whether you get a standing order without retailer or not, because of proximity, they don't make too differ. Nani advise the man, say okay, if you are so disagreement may not get between or two, for every single game we play for you, you for make sure say you bring tickets come to you. Loss or win. Make us say don't get chance for we and carry it. But the moment in the machine lock, since they were very close, inside the retailer they said to the shop, very close, you for come and give tickets. So you don't say, okay, this is the ticket, no problem. So I don't know if the day you have to make all the tickets for the 6 months there, you look at okay, I know win, you have the money. So the man said I agree with me, say it was due to his fault, carelessness. And the retailers again, like I told this, if indeed you play that ticket for that person, you know say yes, the person is supposed to forgive the money. Now so many they put them and if forgive the money, but if in event you play for them because you believe them, then when the person don't win now, you look and say, he said this money I go cool. For them, I can't get this man this money, 30 million or 40 million tickets. I can't get this best I tell her say I don't play them. Then we'll find out say, oh look at the time parameter, the time where the person tell you for them go play them for them. And that time you play them. A letter for that person you play them for, trust me. You dey really cost money. I mean wait till you know what they do. Tell the person say I need to do. I don't say anybody will they play for. When you go to say play for me, I will pay you when I get a relationship. So free for try say I go play them or I not go play them.
Alright, so in this case we don't know now see the company gets a way where they can prove the retailer wrong or right.
Yeah.
So in the case somebody don't play and not taking ticket, how it will get for come now for let the company check for see them play for them or they not play for them. How what it will come with?
Now we get to we IT system, we get to IT department. Okay. We our partners now the business we call it Editech. We check out the system. First of all, we get for know the machine number. We get for know whose draw you play. Then around whose term you play. If we want to last say for example, you want the go na the machine one for close. So like for example for this next draw now, we'll go begin checking now between 11:30 to between 10:30 to 10:55 we will the body close. But again, it depends. If you see the ticket, let's say that 4 tickets you say for them play for you. We see and say sequentially. Let's say single 222. We see single 22 for 1 ticket, second ticket, third ticket, 4 tickets where they cut on that machine. You get a point yes, now you can play for. But again, it depends. What if the listener can tell you, say, yes, I play this ticket, but what will you apply for? Somebody else in the around, we can this summer say plan for me, say, hey, yeah, they might have they are planning for me, say 4 tickets. Then that person they actually plan for. By the time I plan for you now, maybe something else come up now, I plan for get it. Yes, we will check out the system so you play them. But you don't forget say you name not the right, not the tickets. You picture not the day of the tickets. Now only the tickets will you play with the serial number. So that itself again, it can be difficult to prove, except otherwise. Say hotel will call the retailer, will talk to them, maybe will accept say yes, he did I will play them, you have a ticket, or I'm not cash one ticket, I will pay the money later. But Mr. Leo, trust me, there is no other way for do this. Cash and carry. Cash and carry is the safest. You know you go to volunteer yourself who the expensive, who say don't give you money to the retailer, I don't play, cut to ticket to give you. Issue not there.
Alright, so this now a very good advice for we customers, especially with mama and we sisters and we in a market. So be so busy, they say this. Because like in that case, then we can't ask you how much o'clock you play. Sometimes you don't even know the time you play this thing. Or maybe we can play next month, we say that number we play for that person, we say play and for me. But sometimes they in way play a go with your own tickets. But you not take your own ticket. But the only advice, as you don't hear it from Mr. Cole, is that make sure so when you play these tickets, you take them, you go with them. So I think that would be very, very good advice because the company actually care for you and then they care for their customers and because of one ladies game they play. Mind you, Mercury a winning to individual, but the profits the nation did share. We all know waiting and waiting market been done they do and they still they do you know that profits they whether you play you not play yourself can share and back again in one way and the other, you know. So now we come now to the handling of the ticket sensor. Some people can say because they can say ticket for the like how many days and some market don't play tickets sometimes the number they not come up fine. In this case, no come for us to decide. Yeah. If the number they not come up fine, waiting you will get for the waiting you will tell the retailer.
Now, there are times when the machine gets what's called pre-tied, maybe don't become faulty. So for the machine, when they call them tickets and they winning tickets in the first place, they can Editech can close that terminal day. It tell the visitor say come with the machine office. Law can change it inside. Okay, don't let us sign the technical aspects of an law can to the customer and Mercury. If you see a number not come out clearly, you can get the section at the customer relationship side where they deal with a case, then they say this person a win, a place single to 22 win, but he can't for can cash, the serial number not come out correctly. Then the person they tick your particulars, the details of everything, a log in, a fill in the form, a can go to Editech. And they tell you report after 3 days. And they take them 10, they will check them through the system. They will find the missing numbers then and will write them manually like a piece of paper. Then you will come back, you cash your tickets, then do the money. Well, that's not the fault of Mercury. Now, in the case of the fault of you, someone will mistake play, he put the ticket in your pocket, he sweat, the serial number they wipe out, or some possible mistake book, the short of yourself, you know, put the ticket come out, some part of the serial number they're missing. You will still call the office. Where so tell it so there are times where the tickets can so imagine they don't book, they don't quiz. You don't go for the ticket because you don't pay. But as again, if you remember the 10 where you play, so okay, I play this game today, Monday the 24th of November. I play them for first game. I play them between 8 to 8:55. Where you can report, and the login, all the information, your name, your address, the machine where you play, you need to know the machine where you play them, and the number where you play, almost ticket you play. They will take all the information they then forward to IT. Done, they will give 30 days. So you go and come back after 30 days. Because they get for ticket for verify. Because we don't get all payment, by the way we no longer they will see the tickets and the system. But they get for wait, let somebody else knock out a ticket will correspond with the ticket in the system. Obviously the bearer of the tickets, any tickets are mercury, now they pay. So if me don't play, I take my tickets carelessly and left them, somebody else pick them up, you can just walk into mercury and cash them. It's as simple as that. There is no protocol.
Yeah,
they ask you question, they ask you question. So because you don't have a report for damaged tickets, we also a patient wait after 30 days. They check out, they take good time. What do they look for? Let somebody else not come with a ticket will correspond with that one who don't find out on the system. If that person they come with a ticket will correspond, they will take and say, you know, lie, you come for life. Maybe that person ticket you don't pick ban everything where you come for car life and then will not go pay you. That person will come the tickets, now will pay. And after 30 days you come, will say no, somebody will come with that ticket, they don't pay them. But if nobody not come, we take and say yes, indeed, now you, and they will pay you.
Alright, so customers will not don't hear it. For you waking always they say it until we then they don't happen, you can say, we'll take black pen, lay makam, lay waiting.
No, also not together. Yeah.
So you don't hear you now. Well, Anne-Marie, you don't come to the payment side because you can take always close to that. Look at because this phone business don't come out, so Mike say, I'm not going to go and snap I can't the payment side. Because we do so then they pay.
No. We snap the tickets. The only thing where they pay on phone and online. But tickets, lotto no. And the physical tickets you carry it. And that ticket they valid for 1 month. You know mean so they valid for 1 month if you keep a ticket so just the way they talk with me boss and the answer you say the serial number not for web. When the serial number web, you know say someone wants him money urgently. Some customers you win so you know want him to send a line. Can you give me the money? This and that. Wait till say so patient till they pay on the money they in a line. Some customer no want him upset in a line for it. So when I make as you win, can cash you ticket. You go keep your money na your orange money on your bank account or your free sale money. So then they go save for you. But if you say they keep that ticket there, see your number the way, pass you get for give back time for you can collect the money. Just like what my boss they say.
Okay, Mr. Cole, I come to you back again. In this case, they don't say where snap. They know they take that ticket. But in the case we are in if you don't say, okay, well, this I'm not working for get too much, you don't snap and then that ticket they can lose. The only proof we get now is snap.
They don't forgive the same thing in the last 30 days period. Because somebody can left in tickets, you go snap them. And win. Last ticket you win by you look at the person in this your team, you snap them. You don't the person say wait till them Monday here this weekend, now I go cash, I can't spend money, wait till them Monday. You don't cut before the boss on Friday, you go for go cash them. No. If you snap the ticket you carry with them, you say, you know, see the ticket, we snap. When they give you 30 days, say go look for the ticket. When they pay you with this phone, it can be all a person ticket. Then when you wait now, if somebody just like I say for a damaged ticket, if somebody wait, the person you win, if that person you win now, Monday now we don't say they count tickets. Then we can just watch yourself at the office now and say, you see, the person, the bearer of the ticket, the owner of the ticket, you don't come. If you don't pay that person, no, we learn from mistakes that we make in the past. As Al myself will testify, few cashiers they don't get carried away and pay people with mistakes before. Then later now the person will get the ticket now, he comes. Say, but I mean we look with ticket, how you won't pay person when I snap ticket like that. So see no. If you lost your ticket, but thankfully you don't snap it. Wait after 30 days here. Law say nobody within 30 days no can claim the ticket, then we go pay you.
Alright, so as we still on payment side, law come to this side because I don't win my ticket Friday. Maybe I want go chill, I want go this. But at the time don't pass now, the office don't lock. Some people can left for sell the retailers, but normally outside the problem can come out is the percentage we then can want, or say, you know, if now 100, you forgive me this. If now 200, now this, you forgive me. What think the company can say about that? The company approve anything about them?
No. You see, you talk about black marketing.
Yeah.
That's the unofficial payment side of Mercury. We not approve them, but at the end of the day, they do business.
Yeah, for the mutual.
They work Monday to Saturday, the payment center. We open 9 in the morning to 4 p.m. So man now go in 6 o'clock to go. He wants his money. Now make we don't tell you say you ticket valid for 30 days. So if you not able for wait till the next day morning and cash, you decide to go to the black marketer. Obviously, when you go to a business, you do. Because instead of for pay transport, for can cash the tickets, for them say get waiting on you, plus a little bit of profit. So it's in your stead. It's not on Mercury. Now you choose for go to black marketer. Even if you're not paying correctly, not a problem. If you cancel with your own cash office, then the cashier not pay you correctly. Oh yes, that now we own responsibility for make sure say the cashier pay you correctly. But if you choose like you don't win, so 6 o'clock the door, 8 o'clock the door, you want money. Yes, people want money. So money you win not to work money. Until that 400 millions you win. You need for pool lunch for the beginning. You need for put your money one set. So you want money. So you can cancel the black market and say, but look, I don't win 400 millions. That is the tax ticket. Give it 70. It will give you.
Alright. Then they can get some people then back again. They don't win tickets. But they not can understand say bonus they, you know, this now normal money we don't win. The way Canada money no more because you don't win, get that man go 400 a win. Or 1,000, 2,000. Then later we go now, it comes now ticket we been win. Instead the same ticket we come to play, no bonus me do this. I don't witness than the one time. It come back to the retailer. No me ticket we get bonus way for key. You get with a way more additional money way for key. So,
before we do on bonus, but now we don't get bonus. Any tickets so you play, the amount they get this time, then the tickets they. Yeah, you see and they.
So all they can out together.
Yes, all they can out together. You see and they right there. I win 1,200,000, 1,300,000, 1,400,000. It's either 1,200,000 or 300,000. They pull 15% tax. When at least some man can say no, they're not for pull tax. They will say no. The tax they go to government revenue, not to Mercury they cancel. Even though they work, they pay with salary, they cut tax. They pull tax there. So man say tell me now why you can't pull tax there? They say no, the tax now 15%. No, hey, now I mean I be 5%. I did not say no. From January we don't go up to 15%. We will not go eat tuna money. Now make they pay we to with satisfaction for long not take nobody on. We encourage you, must say no, this is cut tax there. But some customer there ask enough for your Igbo tax. Oh my gosh. No. Pass we go call boss them. Then can educate them small, they understand, and then see them money when they win, we give them the receipt before the police say yes, this is so.
Alright, I can't tell you say I no see.
Yeah. Let us add something small to it and I don't see. Now tax now Papa government get them, and the threshold for any tax now 1,000 years. So for example, like the example where Almarigi, if you win 1,200, how they calculate the tax? Will they pull the 1,000 come out? So they left 200 millions. Then last thing 5 millions you stick for winner 1,200. They put another 500 millions. 5 millions and the 200. So they left 195 millions. So that 195 millions stay. Now they tax 15%. Not to cross winning with the tax 15%. because if you tax the person in gross winning, he will pay more. So just after the threshold na 1,000, after which you stick with the left, now with the tax. So that's how the tax system they go like. And we can always advise say, when you win something over 1,000, if you don't understand the tax system, ask for a receipt where you go. Their machine and then they produce receipt when you don't validate your ticket. They produce receipt. Where they show you exactly what they for pay you. So that you write as a customer for ask for that receipt stay back, then go give you back.
So okay, as we try for round up now, I know see this question you said and go on the ask you, especially if you wear the market close now where they come or where they pass. So people can always say, oh, you know, give me ball, why will popular ball no they come on now? And but for me I can always say all the ball in market value.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you get for say to that the main customers and when they ask them kind of questions.
This na 90 ball, 1 to 90. Every single ball gets the same chance for being drawn. That means for come up at the machine. First 5, extra 6, 7, last 5. Each one, but I make every draw at 12 ball with the pool. That 12 ball and they cover all the products there. Based on which you play. So what you mean the advice say in closing now, because time don't take you. Continue for play. Get patient. If now you get a permanent ball, continue for play. Now focus as I believe in, continue for play. So one day you go must win. But look like I say, we now win the make you ball come now. The draw is open to the public. Now we will post it office. You can pass there at any time when the draw they will allow you for the agent go see. Then you say mark me say the draw, the day beyond control. Waiting come 9 for that day. If not always people and play 9 come that day, so be to go pay. If we play not come again, be at the next one, maybe it will come. So that's I get for say to una now. Thanks for our time. Una don't know we and we will be back here again on Friday. So have a blessed day, viewers.
Alright, with the time for round up now, me will bring the program council now. Once more, my own name Ali Bokari. I've been there with Anne Marie and Mr. Cole. Well, I know see when I don't get a lot. So rush now to the red box. And I think yes, no, they don't close now, but the only thing, just get set near your radio now. Soon the 11 o'clock, then go can answer them to you. Well, now so we will therefore come to the end of this program. Possibly, very possibly next week back or Wednesday midweek, we will come back again for telling you more about the products of Market International.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC. And this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Silent Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
SLBC TV humbatisi abanyamya Ibrahim Kuma baba adwe hubengama sepe ngo tokoma venga beta yibu musia hundangia we kutumawe ta aje ministry na weta na kambo ndesi aba tugwa na tufu batega kini la na lukuma na we campaign ko menya do western area ya kamisia o we sente ya idi ndesi ya kokula lukuma kebe vi salunta tugwa na ti ya kotugoma Nigeria na we humbate ya tazisainga emo humbate ya kowi digital operation humbate ya kowe kokula lukuma do ofri jiba jikebe peke apo masamu malabe bena lo dokobe ministry na weta na kambo ndesi aba tugwa na humbate ya tata na lukuma kowi highway ndesi aba na we humbate ndesi ya tupakola we yiro ko weta da lukuma kowi we woman clinic humbate ya na we different value ye humbate ndesi ya today lukuma call we mobile ngba tesi aba na we call we ola kuma sent ya yiki indisi aba ye campaign ko meji to de lo kuma western area ya kamisia to ye ngba digital te elo ndaga kini ba na we tende na se abi sent ya yiki indisi aba na we ngba ga abu ye indisi ko we tukuta kuma nga tile ko indisi ya abu ola kuma duejo to ye ngba te waji ye na we hinya ngisi ya betele yo mana we tika abu be a hondo lolu na we ko we ye ngba te di wa tese ya tukuta kuma watalo hibisian western rural ya kamisia kebe bi do ko wa indisi na we tugu yo te dalu kuma western over ya kamisia to ye ngba te bi waji dia na we hin doctors ya nurses ya midwife kebe bi public health passionnaires ya na we ye haye ge na sia te kwete ye yo ngba te din ko we tugu daga kini la kuma sente ya ye ge sia pa te ye pilo hinde ye pe sia chani ko cervical cancer spin ye himbe na sia na we anyage sia ho kebe bi HPV ye vaccine na sia na we tagu te dalu kuma ni hale ge na sia na we tuvuta ya guni apo kuma wa pa ko we sente ya ye ge sia ogu kola lu kuma dueju to ye ngba te bi waje dia na we hin to problem ati HPC ti pe tugulo na tugume ye ngba te waje nko we ta bi tukuta lu kuma na we ape HPC anu ge sia tele bu de sia sente ya ye ge sia na we hin ngba ti sia ko we ti pe te dalu kuma ogu okoma ye dueju to ye call wa hungi ministry na we ta ana social welfare ngba te sia ba tugwa na to fu fule gometa ta da na lu kuma na we gia gubla ati ti kwete ye ye ngba te ko we national mental health ngba te sia na we ye pon bi sia ko we tukuti da lu kuma dueju to ye ngba te sia te pe lo handaga kini ba ko we hende na sia na we hin po hende na sia na we anganya unuka tu yo ya ko we ye sia tukuti da lu kuma na we abu okpoma ye dueju ma foni bi sia tele bu de sia abu kola lu kuma gia na we ta po hende de sia ta pe tu usi agwa tu ba ko we ye de sia pe te da lu kuma na we abu okpoma ye dueju ma to ye ko lu ahunge saluta tu go na te ya botu ko ma a Nigeria na we to hunpa te ya ta da na lu kuma ko we digital hunpa te sia na we ye de sia tu go lo te ko me bi wa jita to hu bi do salute ko gia gula ati tena committee ye sia ba kebe ministry sia na we ta te kwete ye ko me bi wa ko we technology hunpa te sia fi go ndi sia to go te da lu kuma na we abu okoma ye dueju to ye hunpa te ji gu hu ye executive director na we ta ana national investment board hunpa te sia ye gwi mamo wa Dr. Edward Inga Sandy agulo na ta agu wa tiya ye ko hu ji ko wi ye handa ni sia ma na we ta da ma ni kuma ko we digital hunpa te sia ko we technology hunpa te sia na we api ye ke de hindi sia aye bebe ko we tu da kuma dueju to ye hunpa te ji te pe lo hindi sia le ga ba kini sia ni ko fi go hindi sia na we agu okpoma ye dueju to ye hunpa te bu hu ji Nigeria Ministry na we na communication and innovation digital economic hunpa te sia ba ye bi mamo wai honorable Dr. Bosun Tijan ogulo na ta epe ye ko hu ji ko li hunpa te bi waji ma na we te ta ma ni ko ma ko we ta to nu lele lo mi sia na we ye na o hu de sia ta ko te da lo kuma technology ba bi sia ma funi de sia tele bu de sia to ko te da lo kuma na we abu ko ma ye we sia ma to saluta to bu yi go ko we ta bi ye hunpa te bi waji sia to ko te da lo kuma na we do fili ji sia lo hu ko we he bele ke ni de aye joe to ye hunpa te bi waji te pe lo ndaga kini ba ko we te da lo kuma na we api ye ge ke hindi sia aye bebe do fili ji sia lo to ye ko lo hunji Milan do hunpa te sia na we ta ye bu mo wai tu kwa na ta tu ko gwa ba na we to tia na UN Nation Field Staff Union hunpa te sia FSU hunpa te UN hunpa te sia na we ta me na o tia president to ye hunpa te ji numia age na we ta to ko gwa lo ba ko go be anu flavor go ma pu ma jawa na we ta o tia president ye to ma bibi wa ji sia ba to ta numia age UN National Staff Peacekeeping hunpa te sia na we ye bi mama wa isi adunya kwe na wita ye humbati jisia oti atupo mu to ye humbati ji milanta ototu wo anigila 2001 na we nunya wo agete wo amotisia wa ye hebisia to ye nu mujita oti na agbi mama na we nu lele mo ya agie oti na UNFSA yu humbati sia ye bi mama wa na we ye humbati jisia sia ala mahinu kuma kugo be afonu na ni bogo ye humbati jisia ba to gumo wajina wita otiana apegenti otilo aguen FSSU humpatesia ba 2023 gumu na wita ko wita na buhu de shesia tukuta kuma ye bi mama wajita otiana atuma bi wajita kowe ye humpatejisia sia ogula kuma USA to nunya na wetigili taru kenumia age ye pegenti yita akenye ya gagale osyaniko tuye na French Italy na wita ye tu mama wajita ogwa na otia agbi mama waisi bode se dine ha vele bifu la uma kepenge ya lega ama gida une mo na ha beta yibu mutale ta age ministry na wita ana chenti ya ege ndisia batugwa na to batega kini la kuma ko ri kangwa ndisia ba na wita we uma clinic ngbatesia ko we ndisia sia tida kuma western area ya kamisia kebe vi salunta na wetu pakula huyi ya Nigeria tumbate ya tatu bwana ngitia tisainika emo yu humbatesia ko ri digital humbatesia ma na we yu humbatesia sia ko ala kuma dof digisia ma bodisia yume have le bufula uma oboma SLBC TV humbatesia ga nyamya Ibrahim kuma ngwe humbenga kya moloi
Eba se no ka kori mo na family you know them say mokalkini SLBC television yi mine Isa Mahmoud Bosna concept to non tene taroka ne ka ba ko malika ba mri mane ka tsen ka ba tsen sama la family tikala shita bokuta akera ara government mukale ne kwa ke kumdere pimo apo kwa ne ka kot ko ta ole rupi yo Twitter ma so to le na ka tseke to le o atska so so que tenha mira tapata tudo uma bancate matuma sototi anta fasciento fano na jitangi kimoi aponda te arikana mane salatai ma pankman machine mo kana ke matela lo de digital revolution fami no pimoi te bopta ke na tati ka ke kamera Sony ma solo si ke matela yo bi wa kera ara government mo klem kwa ke kumdele kura ke tip program ma kota elori matela Hospital on Wheels program. Primo nani apoko nei ka kotani ni eneki matela women clinic and men's trust. Primo apoko clinic ko kotka mri maran no akone akobo perform. Akira ngai tot. Wa oka sokna mira ni slata to ma sokto totoi wa tuma banka teni kanoka profits. Itabo statia. Mapan mo kotka meni na ngo ka clinic teste so to lomi ati ma ba fu me so ngani amba fu mi ani ma teste statui amba ani maramre no ani no ram af mai po tara ma plant ma statui to maramre ni cheni pimo mola fu mi tene tamaki bo nga pana ya fetani do watalo yi ode roma tela granules market kano kan prepare na soto amara ni o akobalika ambolo bani anos yani mkumsila fme wa yi afma ko na katikis papa makaramari yani mukala ngani na yo mapanta mai afma bumi amma sanga mbuwe mapalo potwe breast and cervical cancer anga sota ke chuke machila HPV salata afeta mot potena o adanka so klikina afma lomi a teste social lomi ati na aramara ritsi boso tutu kaka so pura mfano ngatia afu mani ka de roe ni karo wata lo yi lo kana tuma kite anko ni ko afu mani slatai ba kai ba de bio is ko ni mar e bon show ni ato ni ko pa ni obi ko fi o tri ko bi ni plan ko na taka mara ni afu man ble na to de tati na nai di anko ni ko na ka pa ka ma pa ti mutik ba kini kana so mara fala ara government mkleme ko nga afma be ya fetani pimoi nasoi apa mo panti mo karan mo pare mo karan tsimuri mara no ma go plene to ma keda kdio ma banka ma panta mai af maniba da tsura mafite o ai mabsopa na toni bibe pi matse mo na akbili marangai kwale pikle ta kalkala ne mapanta ne yengi kederi saratai afeta dunia afeta be mabasi edi kunene ye mamunus malilimne matamas matut ma do puto matilai drug and substance abuse nyanye ange pi fisana to mamari ayinki kama kalkala kama iramna o ay persoi afeti amot puchene kama soto gatsara yi anerekai to mantel nek soto ku karatsoli ni mapanta na mai kankai matsai abi bana ku pna feten salata mo fit mangangi kam chisto soto mtsui kam chisto tanamponi na soto mangamari angi pakuri ku kama tse mo ngai ni o ka sosot ngai ni ambangai anto fasu do selu ni anto faru Nigeria pimo ampo beni salata da yat kislato protreta loko aboli wa mweni anglentoni salata e machine mo kane ka keni pi iro shit kam yo mtsawo mi mai wine tila da ka tinkote na tsaro putoi digital operation wa ale kana la ne ni pimo andak technical no camp prepares tonkati bank of minister en ka to faru Nigeria to fano seluna nambe anda prepiti kankai da yat is laboratory mo ko bita bitika ko nga ka be pa met katila iko wayan wa ika be pa met ami be mo bilio anto fasu win spira ilo shit kan e wa pan makawani katila ngidero le mori makada wa executive director ika National Investment Board Dr. Edward Inkastande kabe telma ko on to fasu ni so na nekati se kasa mo pat ma machine yen oye tasi etre sila botika ekwasi pimo mapante pera omani but they believe maraf masu ran kati munongi already start butoy mapan makawai ketlami makoy de roder ka adam o minister muklen ko aga ko tika sa ko se kanto faro Nigeria ni o ayi mapan ma machine yi won ko ka ke ngi onare Dr. Bosun Tijane ono fofo poli komisala ta feta mi kama tsabitu makapa ta to ta fa bi bi che matsuro ko le ku ri ka feta mo puchena pero to ko ba ele fa be ba yeti mai ka afeta mi mo puchena owa ka pase pa mo panta ni soi anto faseni po bone na ka sama panta ni a ti so mi mutskara ni afumi kama pan makawa yi ka tila kama na pa anto fasu kama che do daran kama tse mada rukake mayo shosi watu ni ifunike ka anto fos machela milan dawo pimo ya aka sopo kitwe mo yi president so ye kan ki machela United Nations Field Staff Union skibeka marama pimo kan lo kon ya mo pant market ite mabote kono ni osotoi afuni to battling to fatasas ani na okoi ko omo oyi o presidents oika United Nations International Staff Peacekeeping Mission afba na manu record roeni kada ule kenu tinga be ngakbaso ngakbase bapi kama pant market itokia olan ba on so masala milani otiba pan mo kai United Nations ni kakren ka 2001 di obo yaksaksi tsako ni barbari ta afabana wa do ni hangi kanga tsako koi o ni bi totoko kada rube to pantani the president Rikai United Nations Field something union ani yoko be pato school to beti mono to batsas mono to batale potase ayo atipene kenyeni Mr. Dawoni konoi oni totoko operation tsani unsu akene kai 2023 neni kade disipi mo ko pasi matmanie ama panda fino me oyoyi mayoyi makasoli titi ta akasobi ko koi kapako bi kamara ontoy akum ko ka anto fas no servo kono fofi ka English ka French ka Italiano a family ngare po no kra ska so granta ko buta kira ana government ko nem ko ka inkum dere ngani I anu kia fo matilai where Roman clinic and Men's Trust pimo ya po ko ka clinic la fu mangi an pen na wa atramri alo me nan kulibra me alo mi asop na mira an ko ne de bon shoy beti kano kan prepare ni ta kristano kan plan o anto fasu to fo na jirani pimo ya po na kte arikam la na ne dom a urkisla tsai e mashimo la ke mapa digital operation e print da kan to fo mu e wa pan baka wa yike tla ngati ko e afma min hanto lo kilometra ke ke ba tsatsa nu to no ka antene taro ka ne ka ba ko ni ba mri male ka tren spin ka ba sin ka ba sin sama tanto lo kolomina isa ma mu busne kon se pata ma piara ni ono
Masel makata sumo itaga SLBC agnezu batore na bena sistema masel mama baka ko inti bina tepeta kwa renta ngende kani awa batalone tire beni imbaga upito kota angle ke ga nduko na teni muke muhe na gabia ba bileni agutenti akwege nko komba hele kende kwege nko ga salu kwege nko ga Nigeria bide ni usani kutakwa kwa mahali andu baade takage bano na bide banie wali kabeni baga poni ba na be kai ga kalenki beni mama beni ba hena kinkele kage bikonda dongo bimpo na kuya ya Agnes Zubature batalone te beni baga upeto koto hao na ega okwete bindo kalori okene meo ibindo bakaga ntukuna teni ene abia butenti kliniki okene meo nesega tabante upo hudumu ha na well woman clinic mene upo hudumu ha na Men's Trust dekega kandi badukuna teni imukimu hena kabia bitono ekakwege kokomaka kepudokali awakande hamba okwete binde ham binde gondeti bia bigo bakoto ntona ki binde bigo binde ni utenti bigo binde dukune teni binde tani no bano na binde dumwe kaute binde tukuma barabaga yerme komega so hi biete helenkene imbo somba hena ka ufenku ga watalo bia bimbe mbambike binde ganya utenti menega do me binde gana granot market ga kepudokali aka oke binde ham doctor no simbe bia bi nekte beni baga komisini ha mbia bi hena bide bina kaira ponkiti ande bia dukune binde bia teni imukimu hena ngamagleti nganka mpati mu mpati yereme kakwege kokomba bantona nige hawande kiga kanso kinka kwege kokomba awa bakala libe imbia bigende bike pentane ya makutande mama mbambe penti ka dome binde na granot market binde ye toga umandi bagu mase kokomba kukati yo binde ko ka kufen kokomba batalana itebeni baga mpati mu yeremembe do mebindo na Ministry of Social Welfare minde peti yende makutani mama deni mai makutani mama ba mabohe binde man bana binde de te kayega beni baga mapirani ma inga sone ngaka kwege kokomba awa umba foma be gonde tiele kene kalina binde oni na binde masi ba pia binyo mapirani ma be elembia bitomu ko munene muka kwege kokomusemu munda ili impati bitone na koto tanka mende detele kene kai pati bembe mbamba na bende maso mu na binde duto ba binde ba puka ba ko ba yete ba kene ni kakwege kokomba umba fuma binde dongo igende makuta le mama mbamba no na binde boye ede tota kelemba ta binde ni wali ba masipati bembe ba na binde puke ko ba yete ba kene mi Kwerenku wa salo menega Nigeria bile meya de ukahe bado mana bigon kati maboina de mama mba matogte matete manga kweyenga ngamba ka kotwe maboina de mama mba makoite binde mana binde oni eba maseba halgo nona kweyenku nago nkaiga kotwe awa binde detengende kale requirement ha intaponita hawande kameyande binde kabeni baga poni ba tondi gatete da be baga poni ba mbemba nyoga kalenki umba nyoga usonia ubene na mene helenta kelenta hagonde tabinde sisita mase bakata kwege konka kotoi onto de na executive director mba bodo mebinde na National Investment Board ka kwege kokumba Dr. Edward Hinga Sandi tepe doma na kwege kokumba kudukuno ba na wali gata bante inga kwege nga hena kwenti ka beni baga boni bankan kalenki na bana wo masi ba kata kwegen ko ka koto wole ndungi nante no ma boy nande ma yugo ma ka po ga bi ECOWAS ba doma na beni ba ko boni bankan kwegen ga bia bi wole umbanyo usonia ga kalenki kwegen ko ga Nigeria minister okene me onete beni baga maseri mao imba makoto ma hagwa de ma bia titi kare ga kwegen on Honorable Dr. Buson Tijani tepe ba doma na katete bebaga poni bambemba nyo katenko taga bia bitoni nga koto ba be on poko ba sisa ta kelenta hawani ta yoho ita masi ba be ba poni banka ka ba ka koto kana de poko ba doma na bikin ta kelenta yu e bile ko gen ko salon inga ko nga hena ba no na poni banda na be ni ka kalenki ka kwendo kwegen ka dunia ba ka timo ibanya bomba kenda yo kende punko ba kuti hobo unte dombo na Milan dawo wonte na o duhele kayeto baba hu president amba makoy madome bindema na United Nations Field Staff Union UNFSU ga oporoto troy makoy mamambang huna dongo kai kana tigyo de mbia kontoka soi indi tati bitige makuta ne mama ka utigi gokomba awa utigi gokomba huga udome pinde ana UN International Staff Peacekeeping Mission bia bembe mbami le sera tabante ka dunia ba fuma awa alapaomba mo Milan inde sensi ka waliba kena mabang kama se swende ga nina huga 2001 denande lorimbe biga bakalani be denande binde meteni kalogo ba benana ka hungenda nde sosa hande ba dukuno huya huga hu president ha ba hupon hamba hudome binde hanka huporto utroy na UNFSU ba nyama wali omba nga yelpano kana kwende endene awali batron kana duku yekende dukuno makoy ma mandi hemondawo dena president omayon oga biabi bole ba mohama koy mamba de ke dukuno me kanina hoga 2023 kena dukuno ndende makoy ma benana awa ngai kama wali mamandi maninde muna duwe ni helende badwa baga dukuno makoy mamba awa lasere baga ko yen ko salona o ponko e porto ha o French mene o biabiga Italy be ha o yo kene me ha tena pe maserma karabele ka ke gomina te peta ko renta le kage patalane te beni baga o peto ko ta mi de ke ga kande ba dukuna ene agutenti biabito no ega ke pudo kage kwa salon in Nigeria bile sega tabante baka koto e mabohina ndi mama tete manga kwenga ngamba kabeni baga poni bana abeni ba sonia tena pe masema ya ndaga ne zuba turi ngabena
SLBC TV free tom fambulo na money no this na the use make as me kan what first make I give na the big use Ministry for Well Body done with one couple sense and message we go help people empower body business now Western area and salon in Nigeria don't sign one document we get for this digital corporation and now for the use proper one. The Ministry for Health through the idea we hospitals on wheels program get together with the Well Woman Clinic and the MEMS Trust don't want 2-day free well body understanding way them input people them for make them understand and na outside them go do that capacity training they na inside Western area this outreach this outside them go do this training here so them in this them in carry screening for look wetin the people them fan up wetin they about people then give them treatment give them tell them more capacity message way them for know but they will body one and all this be happen to over 500 women and man them with family them now Waterloo community and the western rural granite markets now the western urban now they them in do the team them we been go for this particular couple sense message for the people that nobody well body one na doctor them, nurse, midwife, well body workman them, people that will tell you about how well body business will carry on with you, and say we so bring screening with them for do for breast and cervical cancer, HPV vaccination for girl picking them way to reach adolescent stage, and say we so do plenty physical examination and for let them go know wetin dey do you, the kind of treatment wey dem go give you, and say we so fair not but the quick well body sick them wey people can get when na malaria and typhoid. Local authority them, community leader, independent observer them in thank for this kind idea also, and say the family them way them meet na plenty family the way they na community way it can tranga for make them go meet them or for make them self get well body business. And the Ministry for Social Welfare don open 1-2-day stakeholder review and protection coordination workshop na the National Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Service where they go able pay attention to quick one with different kind of way they this highlight this being show how the people them concerned but the kind of drug and bad thing them we young people then they take as this now one way where them will see for come inside for make sure say young people that within an early age get fulfilled and no say them for the inside this national psychosocial program. Yeah, so this exercise being gather some key important thing them like a way they say you know well with you and how them will talk to you for sake of the drug they then they take with them and bug they aid them and say so see how them will talk to you, guide you for make you understand say this thing not good for you for left and then pay attention to young people them way now the more this can go into this drug and say so talk to group them we then self they now wood for let them joining kind of a thing there. And Salon in Nigeria don't make them party business stronger one so them take one important step way now for join digital corporation after they may not sign one document we get for do with this digital corporation. Now one high level meeting inside Freetown, stakeholder them together with government minister them from the two countries them engage themselves and make sure say them party business for tight way that's not for how them will do business, how people them will carry the idea the way they get and see how them will support and pay attention to the couple sense message you people will get for sake of the kind of business the way they want for do. And the executive director for National Investment Board, Dr. Edward Inga Sandy, say Salona don't give himself to new idea then we go help for push the country go inside digital business good one tomorrow. Say so Dr. Inga Sandy continue for talk say through ECOWAS then different idea in the digital side them so they can say producer them all about the region will begin register them business them online any side within day. The Nigerian Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Honorable Dr. Bosun Tijani, talk say the role of young people them we get new idea and for make them see how they will shape Africa in couple business inside technology and say we so see how then technology as soon as young people then go there before for career out. The partnership na part of the vision we dey in line with Salon in global digital trend way now for make sure say people that we do business pay attention and make sure say the country not left behind inside this race where they carry on with digital business all about now the world. And Milan Dao now they non pick and back as president for the United Nations Field Staff Union, people call UNFSU, for the second term, and it been get 53 votes during the election outside the UN International Staff Peacekeeping Mission around the world. They all been take part in this election. Milan been begin in UN work inside 2001. Outside been the was motoka and clean and serious on cleaner. It go through the different rank them and office them and it become the first ever elected president for the United Nations Field Staff Union, and this is one important step in the organization in 8-year history. Mr. Dao Naim be the first president for the United Nations Field Staff Union inside 2023, who said them again the responsibility for build the union and make sure say it go quick one, and together for make sure say the couple business steady at the staff union and the entire UN system. The Salon born United Nations Field Staff Union president, they talk English, French and Italian language, good one. But family na the use done so, but before I go like give na the big use back. The Ministry of Health together with Well Woman Clinic and MEMS Trust don't make sure say people then get screening, check wetin do them, treat them, and give them couple sense message on the world body business, and all this be happening to over 500 woman, man and family them now Western area. And Salon in Nigeria don't Tranga one for make them party business tight by we will pay attention to digital cooperation after we don't sign one document we should say the two countries they work for make digital transformation take place. So family this don't make us I hope you will get a blessed Monday. Continue for look SLBC and Tata.
Waiting do we sweet salon for well. Waiting do we sweet salon for well.
Vintage Point.
I would like at this juncture to commend the Ministry of Information and Civic Education.
Salon Big Festival.
This is the only Sierra Leone we have. No other Sierra Leone on the pass this one. Hey, now look.
Don't tire. Next, give me butter. I want every conga. Nobody now go make me scatter. Cause peace not the matter. We don't tire. We don't tire. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, oh. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay.
This country don't left, now we handle. Now we the young one, them for Lando. This new salon, now for youth man, no. Now we for help for pull and pampo. Youth man, we for no. For what you say, we dey go. Until we don't see it.
Give it to me, I give it to you, but then I don't want your favors. Just give me the loving.
Hello, Talabiu, they come for the 26th edition of All These the Goodies inside this 2025. Well, this trip they say nothing go be. All these the Goodies say get surprise for we. They want they will be the mime. They want they will be the dance. Salon Michael Jackson they will be not go overseas. All these the Goodies say it they bring all man back on stage by this 26th edition. Christmas Day, December 25. Now family kingdom. As I they tell you no, we all sabi how the amazing dance band can play for we. But this trip they can make people and sweat stay. Something December 25 na family kingdom. By the edition 26 of All These the Goodies. Because the Jesse they say it don't tell whether they hear about amazing dance band. And the amazing band say for tell all man say you for prepare for dance. Not forget all the prize them. Best Afro, Chokoto, bell bottom, braces, bow and necktie, kabaslots and kotoko, buba and print. When you reach China with any panel attire than they, you gonna know say All These the Goodies. Then you need for give people and gift. The ticket price will go make you go see all party where be not lost by you and good artists. Now 150 million. We not can get waste time because we only the plane full up before 10. Sharp 12 o'clock, the gates go not open for tickets. Food and drink go sell for price. We go fit your pocket. So we dey welcome we all. Now the red carpet, Christmas Day, December 25 for All These the Goodies edition 26. Lock the back boot, dim the headlights because we want for avoid traffic jam for the Christmas safe day for Kaisai. All These the Goodies. See you when we see you.
Salomon, if we want save the youths, let we stop for import kush. Kush they destroy the youths, them future kush they kill the youths. Salomon, if you want help the youths, let we
Kapu sense. Make the one day where they sell kush and you party them, no lie by you. The one day where they sell kush, now you money no more, they want. They no go ever tell you what the bad thing there, where kush they do to your life.
Capusens make the one where they sell kush and you party them not like by you. The kush seller go just they make boku money from the kush wey in dey sell give you and live big life wey you wey dey buy am dey die pampo. Do ya kapo sense? Keep your money and use am for live better life. You party dem go wan make, you and dem go smoke the kush together.
But dem no go ever tell you but wetin intellect wey you wan left am. The one dem wey no dey bother for tell you because dem no care about that again. Kapo sense make the one dem wey dey sell kush and the party dem no lie by you. As salon person, na for kapo sense and tina tranga one and say no to kush. So you no go fasten day. We all know say for comot behind kush no easy and you no go able do am all by yourself. But if you ask for help to big people in your community or call 117, na so you go able do am. Remember say person wey ask for help na strong person wey believe say change go come.
His Excellency President Bio don declare say we all for join hand. Tap kush na this country.
Kush dey kill it, kush dey kill it. Come with me and kush. Salomon, if we want save the youths, let we stop for import kush. Kush they destroy the youths, them future kush they kill the youths. Salomon, if we want help the youths, let we left for sell this kush.
No the true but kush. Make you no fasten day. People where they take kush say it can feel like they're empty or they know they alive safe. No the true but kush. Make you no fasten day. For left kush kimona the one them way been done they take them. And if na person where they land boom, it go make it left school. If it dey work safe, kush go make it left the work. Kush they make you do things them way shameful and do bad to the people them way like you. It can even make you go thief or do bad thing, forget money, for go buy more kush. No the true but kush. Make you no fasten day. If you take kush and overdose yourself, or you continue for take kush for long term, it go make you sick and get swell foot, damage your kidney and liver, or self go kill you.
Know the true but kush make you no fasten day. Even if you don't dey take other drug them, like tramadol and jamba, and nothing no do you. I want make you know say kush ain't different. In the beginning and bug your life from the first day where you take them. Know the true but kush make you no fasten day. Do ya make we dey talk about kush to picking them. Fambul and paddy them. Even now we will place them so people go avoid for take them and it go better for we community and we country.
His Excellency President Bio don declare say we all for join hand. Tap kush na this country.
Kush dey kill
TBG SLBC boy. Hi, what's up, bro? Waiting at the agenda. Talk me to me saying unique name na avatar the bender. Tell me waiting this up, bro. Not tell me say you surrender. You put fiber belly woman, look you body, so pender. Where I see you appearance, I not bet, you know the worst again. All the dirty clearance that you get, you no get class again. Nobody no get clear chance by this fet. Now who the last again? Waiting do perseverance, we not get, but we the mass the pain. We don't sell all thing, no get phone, you know they online. Find guy no money, now you name, but now we not even find. Some no say no matter how long it take, sun must shine. But if you come down now, we people not go ever get you kind. You know say family day, big one. You know say we get big plan. You know to begin if you for them gap for yourself. Big man they go shine. Big sun for now we not get big fan. This we go clap for we, so we clap for ourselves. Big hand, big push, go and bug you area. Sam the kush, go and bug you career. A small push, go turn all that in ya. All man go push. Where you pass na area, you know they try, but if you come die, I start full not all you body this, you just a dry, if I say I like how I see you not lie, remember them they cry, where them they wash them picking them they die, do ya we they beg the mommy and the guy, cause now we wanna sell them go buy, this kush are deadly. So, with all due respect, I'm not talk waiting, you don't know. Who say you the way life they give me on the lolo? Don't they do music more than half a decade ago? Say now man them no blow. Your speech was nonsensicality. Excuse me French. Me not so non-entity, but still in a trench. Just wanna escape reality. Eventuality, no matter the quantity, the dust not the quench. Now I not get nothing when I'm me own. For Kusha don't sell me asset, sell me phone. Where the feeling can camper me, in all the pamper me. So pass a goodie for ton clean saloon. Watermelon not so punky. 2 weeks ago now so then tie me like a monkey. Cause the addiction can control me like a conky. This thing no idol man don't know say me na junkie. Don't fever zombie. This thing evil, this thing a devil. It don't deteriorate me to a whole other level. Not so this man been expect man don't losing respect. Now the people they look me like rebel. Sam the kush, don't bug me head yeah. Sam the kush, don't bug me career. A small bush, don't turn all that in yeah. All man they push, where I pass na area. What are they try? Myself no one die, I start full eye. Not on me body, this I just a dry. If I say I know I left, I'm a de lie. We mama them they cry. Where them they watch them picking them they die. Not so una said we not deny. But now we una sell and we they buy. This crucial deadly.
Metsul in the mix.
Week in a while from the sound creator, Lord no.
Push no do they make we mind them scatter. Push no do they make we not able solve matter.
Push not the thing we they make we you them die. And I the push not the thing we they make we people them grace. Push no good, push no good, push no good, and nothing we they end my life. Push no good, push no good.
Push to make plenty you then they pass and die.
Now we understand the life.
Second, kurba.
And now we future they go.
Mapanta me po bate monu boka bale toko. Ange po mapanta tiyo bakser nga me faka. Abonta baki yete sambo nu nga makota. Aon tsunga anto sebel nga siyo nga fatser. Alo man kulma ko sangkulma ko. Sa something a chur. Ande rafino maboko kole ne ginto be urka fos.
Una everybody's fight ya. We need to blessings and guide ya. Everybody need for come back. Let me fight this with one heart, yeah. Push nothing where they make man traumatize. Just the other day, I saw me brother die. I swear to God, I saw water full up me eye. I know big no way, some pass us right.
Future leaders in the streets and hospital. Take it, take on, no go take that thing when not fit you. Not so one man fair to the color more people up the message. Don't hit you, no need more tissue. Then we come together and try the kush cut off. I tire for sleep and another food for sure. We all stress, but then we know they lose focus. This one a food for thought, we all support. Tush dash, push pass. This EL is kush pass. When we catch you the same like bush bash. This pandemic na kuskas. You they kill you comping for quick cash. Extra for the youth I go put fast. This drug don't destroy and kill stars.
So all the kush hustlers in next and illegal hustling. Stop, families are struggling. How it feels to feel good people die miserable. That one I hear about money. You see this kush the virus. We all need for join force. Mama, papa, family, everybody for join us. Drug it till they make you life.
Kush no good, kush no good, kush no good, and nothing really end my life. Kush no good, kush no good.
Kush to make plenty you then they pass and die.
Now we understand the nice song. And now we future they go.
I want to know. How they feel when you see your brother man destroyed by the kush, gentry by the kush. It's not the time we for push. Papa be your say. It's not the time we for vigilance. The police and the soldier them for vigilance. We the people of Salon we for vigilance. For push.
I said the kush, no the ease, no pain. It's just a hard to restrain all day. So many friends them don't die go. Oh my God, you then I can't control. get easy. Honey, make you no pickpocket. I dey warn you, make you no regret. Yeah, yeah. I say no play with your future. The only future where you get easy. Honey, make you no pickpocket. I dey warn you, make you no regret. Yeah, yeah.
The kind thing where I see, say it touch me soul. Every day, mama, they cry. Give Jah the glory, no go left for so. Now you do me, I swear, well, yeah. Ding body, brother man, ding body, brother man. For my head boy, now school, I'm a bigger man. Oh, yo, better, bye bye, bye bye,
Amungwa kushi umadaile Moya bubu, moya maja konele Tama pego mudega siatale Tama gogo pamisa tutuwema Tuotego sale dobla sana Maufego amuye peti kama
Tomi amufega kushike bakatemi Tialo toma adevwe kasana mbwetetemi Kete wakana sama umage samoya hi Amuko jogo akuya Yeboje ogwabi Kushime heye kwe ya nao Yeto amadoke bosi na hi bagwe hedanya mumya Ukamo kone nyade beke yinyamwina mao Kushiboya limudega lasi rosi ho Gometi ya mulo kowi muboje bedi
Boss City, smack music makers. Let's go. Yeah. Body man, you left too. If you like yourself, trust you no go let push. How you dey feel if you dey pass around with 12 foot? Push they make you act before you die. Potential you to be any evil, just say die. God go pay the dealers, cause if I not sell a long go buy.
And I so we man and neighbor and family just to die. We all like assets more anything they multiply. Make this not justify. Since Saloma only care if not in side.
Anytime now they make a worry up.
Before the thing gets worse or this thing go bad for we.
We communities need for stand out.
And no to them can see the young one before they see.
Kush no good, kush no good. Kush no good and nothing with the end my life. Kush no good, kush no good.
Kush don't make plenty you do the pass and die. Now we use them the die so.
Now they been a penny, be calm and go Kush over so serious, don't I give a mo. Kush over, tete in the bar. Uru ni mutu mutoi. Kush over, tete in the bar. Baby man, we push you kore. Kulo bena beni me kela bana o. Kaso so kusu baget ruwe.
Kush fets not a one man fets. If we no come together, we no go win this fets. We for fight this pandemic with one mindset. Oh, Jamie feel for cry. When me see me brother man, we need for fight and rep this kush. Now we motherland. But I still run behind. When me see me future leaders, them see them just a die. And we say we country the victims too plenty or else single bad pass corona pandemic.
Kush don't kill many youth them. And the substance too bad na the system. So each and every day we mama then they cry. Where then they see them picking them then they die. Too much dead the body has to identify. If you not sell them, I say they don't buy.
You see the youths them a drop like rain. Kush in the vein, society feeling the pain. The minds get lost, eyes them bled. Old feature gone, some already dead. Me sing this aloud so the nation I hear. The kush manufacturers are they gonna fear. So the law enforcement agencies with the big man no gon' come out.
Say no to kush. Know what it is? Hey, yeah, Mama Amina be born Lamina. Lamina be so strong, but now no get no better stamina. Smart young brother wake me come on Karina. Kush don't make it dirty, now you fever animal. Be careful of the thing them you they consume, so you don't go end up that street dirty fever bombs. No end but foolish, be a man of substance. Like the honorable Dr. Sidi Mohamed Tunis. Kush make the whole country they ask, how we don't back sober? Who side why I pull this? Who side?
On behalf of the One Industry and the entire citizens of Sierra Leone, me collab with the President of All Stars. They make a very humble request to His Excellency the President and government for an urgent and drastic action for Don Kush na Salon. According to the National Drug Enforcement Agency na Salon, we get over 4,000 victims there within the rehab center from this kush and drugs. And 60% of these 4,000 there are university graduates them. And more they out there we're unaccounted for. Now governments get power, but we all get responsibilities as citizens in this country now, different communities them. Anybody will see they deal this drug here, do ya law reports so that the police or the law enforcement agency will able to catch them and cut this kush na salon. So papa government and the supply chain for cuts. When the supply chain cuts, kush no go inside salon again. I want to thank Honorable Dr. Sidi Mohamed Tunis for supporting the Say No to Kush campaign. And all other Sierra Leoneans with them be done the fight against this Kush. Together we will kick Kush out of Sierra Leone. Not forgetting Black Coffee of blessed memory. May you rest well in heaven.
Some of them, I'm Honorable Sidi Mohamed Tunis. I'm a member of Parliament from Ojam District. I'm also a former speaker in the ECOWAS Parliament. I here today for talk to me, young people in Sierra Leone. Do ya more go off push. President Bio and your government, though they do very well, now that make me decide for join the entertainment industry for more for this year for push come on our country. This is a very short message, but we appeal for everybody more now follow suit and make sure say we kick push out of Sierra Leone. Thank you very much.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place.
It's midday in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to the podium. Our quote for today comes from an American journalist, Rob Recher, and it says, "There are three kinds of people who run toward disaster, not away: cops, firemen, and the reporters." In this edition, we shall be talking to the Office of the National Security on the drugs convictions and raids across the country as the Kush pandemic continues to ravage the young people. Sierra Leone Reporters Union concludes first annual general meeting and adopts a new constitution, and the Produce Monitoring Board, in collaboration with the European Union, commence farm mapping for smallholder cocoa farms. Well, all these and more lined up in this edition of the podium. Be part of the program. Send your messages to the number on your screen, 0300733719, or you leave a comment for us on our Facebook page, SLBC.SL. The program is the podium live on SLBC. My name is Daphne Zainab. First on the podium this afternoon, since President Julius Maada Bio's stringent directives to sector heads, especially the law enforcement agencies, including the judiciary, in the fight against kush, there have been series of convictions in those involved in the illegal trade. Recently, Justice Mark Kiba sentenced one Jelika Conte to 30 years in prison after being convicted for transporting cannabis sativa, and also Justice Cosquitino Jarrett sentenced one Edward Bangura for being illegally in possession of kush. However, what is worrying is even with these efforts, some nationals and foreigners have been recently caught at the airport and other border crossing points with dangerous drugs, including cocaine. Well, meanwhile, there's been series of raids across the country to ensure those in the trade are brought before the law. Well, for more on the efforts to fight against kush and other harmful substances, I have the Director of Strategic Communications, ONS, Abdul Karim. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you and good afternoon.
And now, so far, how has it been? Because all we see are the little people.
Well, it depends on the definition of little or big people. But I tell you, our arrests or our raids or operations have targeted everyone, especially those whom we have credible information on or intelligence on. These are the people that we go after, because whilst, yes, sometimes people could make insinuations, but it's also important that you go after people that are actually involved. So whilst we appreciate the public's concern in terms of them giving us information, we also ask that such information should be credible, because in the fight against organized crime, your intention is to deter crime, and in the process you should not also commit another crime by wrongly targeting or tagging people who are actually not involved. But over the period we've made a lot of inroads, and these inroads should be commended. The convictions that have been made are not people that are little people. These are movers and
shakers. They are retailers.
Sometimes they are retailers, others are
these
not
ones,
retailers.
These ones.
Others are not retailers. I tell you, Habib Dieng is not a retailer. Habib Dieng is a large-scale drug pusher. Newton Johnson is not a retailer. He's a large-scale drug dealer. Florentia Colley is not a retailer. The list is unending. If you see the list and if you see the quantity of drugs that we are arrested with, I tell you, they are in no way retailers. They are actually distributors, and these are people that crisscross different parts of Africa to engage in these kinds of activities. In the most recent weeks, we secured 10 convictions, and these convictions, yes, while some involve retailers, there are others also that are large-scale pushers, because if people will now have 50 kilograms of cocaine or 2.5 kilograms of kush, these are not small kinds of substances. So it may appear to some people that the people that have, if you could not have somebody convicted for 30 years, that could not be for something very small.
But it could be because of the prominence, the state of emergency, the importance placed on the fight.
I agree. So
okay, so now let's talk about so far the areas you've raided, because we still, like for me, my junction, they're still sleeping there, standing, sleeping, standing.
Or standing and sleeping, which means they are under the influence.
Mm-hmm.
So give us such information when you think that they are not only sleeping, but they're actually involved in the act of either taking.
We know the way they sleep after taking that.
Yeah, so
a normal person does not sleep standing.
Yeah, when seeing someone sleeping will not be enough to conclude that he or she is under influence.
Standing.
However, if we get short information, because don't forget that in our efforts we have several categories of persons that we are targeting. We target the dealers. We target the consumers, but the consumers are targeted because they are considered as victims. Although it is not in their right to possess or smoke, but in a situation like ours, we have designated them as victims because we think that it is those people that sell them these drugs that are actually the perpetrators. And so when we caught up with these kinds of people, we sieve the perpetrators and the victims. Even the victims themselves are divided into two categories. There are those that are in need of a psychosocial support. We talk them through these kinds of enigmas in found section. There are those that could be considered as people that have actually been badly injured in terms of their physical appearance or even their mental well-being. So we have rehabilitation homes and we have treatment centers. So if we found out that in a particular community young men are participating in this, if we go to raid, we bring them in because we want to provide them some further support. The ones that are selling the drugs onto them are the ones that we go after. So that is the situation. We continue to encourage members of the public because I must concede that in this engagement they've helped us a lot in providing us with the requisite information that is leading to a whole lot of positive development. Hundreds of communities have been raided, if not thousands, across the country. In Freetown has been designated into 3 zones. We have East, West, and Central. And here we have been making a lot of interventions in going to those communities. Some communities will visit more than once, twice, or 3 times. Because each time we get information, we go back to those communities. So it is not like if we visited community A today, it is forever. We'll not go back to that community. If the occurrence continues to happen, then we'll go back to see how we can do some mopping up. But to call on members of the public that, like they have taken the fight, let us be very much firm and make it sustainable. As a sector, we intend to make the outfit that His Excellency has pronounced, has established the Special Security Unit in the fight against drugs, particularly, to make it a permanent feature of the security sector. So that even if we are able to rid our communities of drugs, we will not lay back, we will have that one still, because organized criminal cartels are ones that are very, very much resilient. They will do anything and everything to stay afloat. Even as we speak, in spite of all the raids that we continue to conduct, there are people that are still doing the business until you catch up with them. They will still want to continue to do the bad behavior. So it means if they do not relent, we should also not relent. We'll continue as I speak. The raids are ongoing across the country, including Freetown, Waterloo, Nakini, Kono, Kenema, and in all of the raids that we do, we have been successful in carrying out these raids. We only intend to make them sustainable, and for that to happen, it means we have to have the community buy-in, because what we're doing is in support of the communities, in support of our children, is in support of the country. Because if we allow young people to be inundated or to be engulfed in drug taking, then it will mean that the future of the country will be bleak. Because this set of people will not be able to compete internally or even externally. And when that obtains, it's the country's leadership that will be affected in the future.
Okay, so far we know that the push, especially the one in Sierra Leone, it's practically assembled here. So were you able to catch anyone with a lab where they prepare it, where they process it?
Yeah, so in the most recent raids that we've conducted, in 3 locations, Waterloo, Allentown, and most recently around the Fruby community, we posted criminal cartels that are not only dealing in drugs, but they're actually manufacturing them. They have assembled manufacturing plants. These ones could not be described as local, because if you see the sophistication, it tells you that they could do any type of drug, but particularly kush, using precursor chemicals, acetones or nanoplants, as the case may be. So we've been able, yes, to bust out these ones, and the equipment taken to headquarters, ready for destruction.
Okay, so continue to stay with us. We'll come back to you as we move on to another topic. The Police Monitoring Board is commencing a pilot farm mapping exercise targeting 50 smallholder cocoa farms in each of the 3 major cocoa producing districts of Kenema, Kainau, and Konom, a total of 150 farms. This pilot project is sponsored by the European Forest Initiative and will scale up to benefit more smallholder farmers across the country. The pilot will provide accurate farm size and location data to enhance traceability and compliance with international standards and build a baseline database of cocoa farmers to guide interventions in productivity improvement. In the studios, I have the Executive Director and Chairman for this monitoring board, Raymond Carter. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon, viewers.
And now, let's talk about the reason behind the farm mapping.
Thank you very much. So when I took office, I tried to strengthen PMB's partnership and collaboration with both stakeholders in Sierra Leone and beyond. So the European Forest Institute is one such international organization with which PMB has established relations. What we've realized in the sector is that the sector needs to strengthen its governance mechanisms, and the European Union Deforestation Regulation, EUDR in short, requires countries to have traceability for their produce to be accepted in EU markets.
Okay.
Considering the fact that the EU market is a major hub for Sierra Leone produce, we believe that we should enhance our compliance and readiness for the EUDR. So we met with the European Forest Institute, and we had discussions on how they can support us to at least pilot a few farms to try to ensure that those farms are polygonized. So we do georeferencing, and we can be able to have their exact size. We can be able to determine the age of the farms, etc. And they provided us with a small fund so that we can start this with 150 farms in Kenima, Kailam, and Kono. So we believe that the sector is now at an inflection point. For instance, right now we have black pod in certain hotspots where we have confirmed cases of black pod. We have increased contamination. So it is important for us to be able to do.
How intense is that
such? So I don't want to
It's not too much.
Yes,
You don't want to scare people.
Yes, but we have confirmed cases in certain areas. We are continuing to do the incident reporting on it. We are monitoring the situation, and we will do the necessary extension services and support to those farmers in those areas. But what is more important is the fact that it is important for us to have traceability, so to have GPS coordinates of farms, to know the age of farms, to be able to ascertain whether these farms are deforested, whether the families are first generation farmers, or whether these are farms that have come from generation to generation, that will help us ascertain the age of these farms. So you have to be able to have a unique ID of the farm. You should be able to say that this cocoa is coming from Kailam in this particular farm, and this is the family, etc. Because if you don't do that, then it's hard for you to be compliant with the EU, and it is hard for you to be able to remove contaminated cocoa from the sector. So this pilot is very important.
Okay, so what will it achieve?
Well, one, it will improve traceability, which is now a key requirement for accessing European markets. It will help us to generate accurate data and prevent illegal land expansion, deforestation, and inaccurate reporting. It will strengthen transparency, accountability, and credibility of Sierra Leone's cocoa value chain. And why this is important is that the derivatives, economic derivatives from cocoa is huge. Cocoa is contributing very, very meaningfully to our national economy right now, and ensuring that we don't have issues that would debar us from accessing European markets is important. Right now we have instances where our cocoa have gone to Netherlands and they have been rejected. So this is a very big issue for us right now, and this pilot could not have come at a better time than now that we are trying to enhance governance of the sector and sanitize it.
Now let's talk about how will it be conducted.
So what we did was, first we had to set eligibility criteria. So we have 50 farms in Kenema, 50 in Kailan, and 15 in Kenema, Kailan, Kono. So these farms were pre-selected based on you should not have benefited from any other similar intervention or support. You should be a smallholder farmer that don't have the capacity to make the investment in geolocation and traceability, etc. So so the field officers went and did that initial needs assessment to be able to identify those farms that will be eligible, and we did that. And what we want to do is for us to have this as a pilot case where we will be able now to know the resource requirements, the logistics required, and the manpower to do a nationwide assessment of these farms. And I say that cautiously because I know that the Ministry of Agriculture is also doing what they call the National Farm Mapping exercise. So we will complement the effort of the Ministry of Agriculture, and where we can pool and share resources. But this is very important because the baseline data that it will give us, will be able to have profile of farmers, and we'll be able to have some polygons of farms that we can aggregate and provide as support to other similar efforts. So having the polygons, having the georeference data, and enhancing traceability for us is very important. These are key outcomes that we're expecting from this.
Okay, so what is the aim of it all? You know, because taking into consideration the amount of farms you're dealing with here, let's talk about the objectives.
So first of all, we have to appreciate the fact that this is a very small pilot. You're talking about only...
So 150 is small?
It's very small.
Oh,
it's a very small pilot.
So how many cocoa farms do we have in Sierra Leone?
I believe we have thousands.
Oh.
So we have a lot. But we are just test driving this.
Okay.
So that we'll see how... First of all, it's also to build the capacity of the staff to be able to involve themselves in digital public infrastructure and AI. So we want to realize that we have in-house capacity to conduct such a pilot. So before this pilot, we had the European Forest Institute come to Sierra Leone, train stakeholders in Kenema on what they call the Open Forest Ground, which is the app that will be used. So it was like a training of trainers. So some of our staff have already benefited from how to use this tool. So after that, then we were also asked to go and check which farms will fit the beneficiary criteria. That was also done. So really what we want to do is to be able to say this farm is compliant with the EUDR deforestation regulation. It is not using... If your farm is not compliant, for instance, they will not accept your cocoa in the EU market. So you should be able to tell them that, oh, we have done GPS coordinates of this farm, we have been able to determine the age of this farm, and we can ascertain that it is deforestation free. These are the things they want to know. And they really what they want to also know is whether from farm to the EU market you are following all the traceability requirements. This is important not just for EUDR, even for Sierra Leone, for resource mobilization purposes. You will be able to know how many tons is leaving your shores. so for proper taxation purposes. So there are lots of issues why, there are lots of reasons why this is important, but because of funding constraints, we can only for now pilot those 150 in the East.
So this is some of your staff members are also included in the pilot. They know how to conduct this mapping.
Absolutely. So so we are going to deploy our staff, Eastern Regional staff, but with technical backstopping support from some of our staff in Freetown. They already know how to conduct the survey. We have done the draft survey tool. We've shared with the European Forest Institute. They've given us their feedback. We are enhancing the tools to capture some data that we are missing that they believe are important. So we are continuing to clean up the tool. So we will be actually starting the pilot effectively, I think, by the end of the week or next week.
So one of the objectives is like generating actionable data to inform policy making, regulation, and farmer support. Let's can you elaborate on that?
Yes. So don't forget, the EUDR regulation has cost attached to it, and Sierra Leone's priority right now is to feed itself. So whilst we are on that path, then you coming to say, oh, you know, we want to make sure deforestation free, etc. So there might be conflicting priorities. So you have to have sufficient data sets that you will use to do your technical briefs to the Ministry of Agriculture that will be able to justify why Sierra Leone should make the critical investments required for EUDR compliance, for instance. Then also you have to have the georeference data that will indicate that we are becoming gradually EUDR compliant. That when the EUDR deadline for Sierra Leone's cocoa and other cocoa not to access the EU market, we will not suffer from being disbarred. So that's why it is important, because this gives you a bird's eye view of where we are with our EUDR readiness. So we believe this is very important.
All right, well, thank you. Continue to stay with us. We have more things to discuss. He is the executive chairman of the Produce Monitoring Board, Raymond Carter. Another issue this afternoon, the Sierra Leone Reporters Union has concluded its first ever annual general meeting since its formation for about 21 years ago. The conference brought together reporters, station managers, and senior journalists across the country to discuss the challenges reporters face and chart the way forward. In the studio, I have Ronald Joe Morovia, who is the National Secretary General of the Sierra Leone Reporters Union. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Welcome. I see you had a great time over the weekend. It was first in history and it seemed great. So let's talk about the activities of the AGM.
Well, as you've rightly mentioned, we had a great time today's event in Makini. Firstly, on Friday, we had the opening ceremony in the morning where different messages were given from media stakeholders and also invited guests. And also the second session, the President delivered the State of the Union address. That was also provided also an opportunity for members to look into and ask relevant questions and chart the way forward of the association, and also had reports from our regional coordinators from the different regions on their plans and also what they've achieved over the past 1 year. And the main event of the day was the constitution, adopting a new constitution. And when this executive took office last June, we've now been 1 year in office, we inherited a constitution, a draft constitution from the past executive, and we decided to set a committee to review the constitution, went throughout the country and got input from members, and that was what was adopted on that day. And we've now adopted the constitution, and we believe that has provided us a direction of how or where we want to see the union in the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, so let's talk about the constitution. What is it all about? What does it say regarding the operations of the SLR?
Well, basically, the constitution is providing a guide on how the union is to operate, and we've now had a clear direction of how the structure of the union should be. Before this time, what's new in this constitution? Before this time, we only had the national executive and also regional coordinators in the different regions. Well, now we've added on the number because it was very much difficult. A whole region like the North, you only have one person to coordinate the affairs, and you have about 5 districts or 6 in the North, and that person has to coordinate everything around that area. But we've now made it much more easier, as we're going to have a regional coordinators, and also have the regional coordinator will have a secretary general and also a finance person, and we have in each of the districts in the different region a district liaison officer that will help the regional coordinator. I believe that's one thing that this new constitution has done, that will have in order to structure the union and make it much more effective, because for the past years we've been having complaints from those, especially in the region, that everything is just being centralized in the western area. But with this new setup, it will now help us decentralize our activities.
So what does it say about the tenure of the executive?
Well, it still remains the same, 3 years. Yeah.
So, and also, how would it guide you in terms of employers of reporters? We know that has been a problem for the years.
Well, that's very much key, and that's the big elephant in the room, advocating for reporters, especially with regards to welfare. And that's the main reason why the union was established. And I believe what will give us more power for us to advocate on behalf of reporters is what the current executive is currently pushing for, in order for us to have our bargaining certificates. Because as a union, we are also part of the CLA Labour Congress, and since we took up office, we've been engaging the Labour Congress and also the Ministry of Labour for us to be granted the bargaining certificate, and I must tell you that we are in an advanced stage. Once we have that backed up with the new constitution, then we'll have the...
So are you doing this bargaining certificate? Are you doing it devoid of sludge? Because we know the reporters union is under sludge.
We are doing it together with sludge. We've been working together in consultation with sludge, and we believe that very soon that will be achieved. It's not done in isolation with sludge.
So now let's talk about especially the wage. We know most reporters are even overqualified for their jobs, and they are paid not even some in some areas, which is not much, not even the minimum wage. So let's talk about, what does the Constitution say about that? Is there a specific amount, or is it going to be according to the employer's own terms and conditions?
Well, the Constitution does not specifically speak on that, but we know we have a law, that's the law that's governing the country, and media institutions are not an exception. We are all under that law. So we are going to be engaged in media owners, because we know that gone are the days that when you have reporters who are just school leavers, but now you go to the newsrooms, you have degree holders, masters holders who are still reporting, and it's very much unfair for them to be paid
even the minimum wage.
Honestly, most media institutions you go to, reporters are not even receiving minimum wage and have no asset benefits and other benefits that's supposed to they are supposed to benefit from. So we are going to engage constantly with media owners to ensure that NACIT of reporters are being paid, and also reporters should not be paid below the minimum wage, because if they are doing that, it's a crime. It's against the state, because the laws of the state is very much clear that as a worker you should not be paid below the minimum wage. So it's going to be continuous engagement, and maybe one thing we President mentioned during our engagement in Makini. The good thing is that now we have reporters who are also lawyers, So if we embark on the engagement and we see that it's not yielding any good dividend, maybe we explore other avenues.
So what would it take for you to intervene in a situation where it's not the wage, but problems with between the employer and the reporter?
Yeah, we've also been working towards that, because we are here as a union to protect reporters. So if a case arises that a reporter is having an issue with the employer, I believe our first point of call will be engagement with that employer, and try to address it amicably, because that will be the best. That is the most the easiest part we want to engage. We are not here to put a fight up with employers, but for them to realize and see the need that reporters need to be respected. Because if you look, reporters in the newsroom do bulk of the job. In the morning they come to the newsroom, share out their story ideas, and go to the field, come back, sit down, put together those stories, and that's what's being aired. So reporters do the bulk of the work, and they should be provided the conducive environment for them to work and also be productive.
So since your tenure, when you took over, let's talk about some of the achievements of this present executive. Apart from this first AGM, apart from the constitution.
Yeah, we've also worked together. Because when we come in, we didn't meet proper database of reporters in the country. So that's one achievement also we've been able to achieve. Over the course of the 1 year we've been in office, we've been able to organize a database as reporters. And I can tell you, currently we have over 600 registered members across the country. And that's one thing, because as a union or as an organization, you need to have a proper database of your members. Because only when you know your strength, then you'll be able to advocate on their behalf and also seek out for opportunities for them. So we've now gotten a well-structured database that will help us and direct us how we want to operate. And also we are currently working, because we have an office space at the SLBC headquarters, but it's just an empty room. So we've been engaged in different institutions to ensure that we equip and make it more functional. Okay. And also been having engagements, partnership engagements with different institutions with regarding training opportunities and also capacity building for reporters, because it's very much key in this line of job. We need continuous development for us to be more productive.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us in the program. He is the National Secretary General of the Sierra Leone Reporters Union, Ronald J. Monrovia. Well, the program you're watching is a podium coming to you live on SLBC television in Freetown. Be reminded that you can be part of the show. Send your messages to the number on your screen, or you leave a comment for us on our Facebook page. Also, the program is going for a short break. When we return, we continue with the conversation. SLBC television in Freetown. Still with me in the studio is the Director of Strategic Communications, Office of the National Security, Abdulkarim Will. Now, Mr. Will, as we were talking, let's talk about more efforts in this fight.
Yes, like I stated, we continue to intensify the raids, and in this fight it's collaborative. The police, the military, NDLEA, the Office of National Security providing the coordination, and then now we have the full support of the judiciary. Remember, following the declaration and the setting up of special security unit for drug and substance abuse, the Chief Justice has appointed 7 judges and 4 magistrates dedicated to fighting against this menace and even extending their sitting times. Now they meet from Mondays to Saturdays. I'm sure that's the reason that we're now having more conviction. There is now cooperation and collaboration among the various players. With me here is a list of 10 convictions that have been secured within the shortest possible time, and it's unprecedented. I'll just go through some of the names. We have columns indicating the name of the judge, the name of the person convicted, his nationality or nationality, the offense for which he was arrested, the number of years for which he was sentenced. So one on this list we have Justice Mark Miller, who's convicted David Johnson. David Johnson is a Sierra Leonean. He was arrested for transporting 89 parcels of drugs suspected, cannabis, because they have been proven. For this he was sentenced to 30 years in prison. We have Justice Isata Selos Toka, who convicted Santigi Bangura, a Sierra Leonean, for unlawful possession of 30.5 grams of kush. He was sentenced to 50 years. Justice Mark Geba again sentenced Zainab Donzo. Zainab Donzo is a Liberian who was caught transporting 4 compressed parcels of cocaine weighing 1.9 kilograms. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Justice Mark Geba again sentenced Jalikatu Conte, who is a Sierra Leonean and was arrested for transporting and being in possession of 80.9 kilograms of kush, cannabis sativa. She has been sentenced to 30 years in prison. We have Justice Musmutina Jarrett, we mentioned her, who sentenced Edward Bangura, the Sierra Leonean, in possession of 50.0 grams of kush. He was sentenced to 15 years. Justice Air Simeon Aliu sentenced Newton Johnson. Newton Johnson is a Nigerian who was arrested for illegal possession of 2.9 kilograms of cocaine. He has been sentenced to 30 years in prison. Justice Aseta Selu Toka sentenced Sheka Kamara, a Sierra Leonean, for illegal possession of drugs weighing 25 grams of kush, 12 years in prison. Justice Aseta Selu Toka sentenced Abubakar Sise, a Sierra Leonean, for illegal possession of 60.5 kilograms of kush, 10 years in prison. Lastly, but not the least, Justice Mageba sentenced Yakadia Tubari, a Sierra Leonean, about 70 plus 1 years old, for possessing kush and tramadol and stealing it. She has been sentenced to 31 years in prison. I'm ending with this, and to state that her case is very much interesting, and it's attracted all of our attention. Her reason for being involved in this case is that her children had all died of kush, and so she was also going to sell kush to kill other people's children. That is despicable. It's unbelievable to have come from somebody of that age. So this should serve as a deterrent, it should serve as a warning for those people that are engaged with it, or those who intend engaging with it. There are better ways to make money. You cannot make money at the expense of other people's lives. If you go to the streets, it's harrowing, it's shameful, it's embarrassing.
Very.
To see young people who should be productive to be engaged in these kinds of activities. We'll only promise the public that we will do everything within our power, within the laws of Sierra Leone, to ensure that we go after them, no matter where they are, we'll reach at them and bring them to book, so that they suffer the consequences.
So now let's talk about the security at border crossing points, because we know that most of the items used in concocting these drugs are imported.
Yes, so to situate the conversation well, the drugs that we are talking about can be classified into 2 groups. There are those that are controlled substances, and there are those that are prohibited ones. In fact, there are those that are legal drugs. By legality, it means they should come into the country because they are good for the market. The others are controlled ones. Controlled in a sense, not every Jack and Jill deals in them. So even when you have the licenses from the Pharmacy Board of Science to bring in those drugs, you should bring in the required ones. Say, for example, tramadol. Tramadol is not a prohibited substance in Sierra Leone. Rather, it is controlled. But even the tramadol that you bring into the country, if you have been given a license, they should range between 50 to 100 milligrams. Anything beyond that is illegal. It shouldn't be brought into the country. You agree with me that the tramadol that we're talking about, especially the illegal one, is 225. In fact, they are saying now that the 300 is in the market now for sale. And so that is one challenge that we are having. Also, we have precursor chemicals. Precursor chemicals are chemicals that are required in the manufacturing industry. So manufacturers do import precursor chemicals, acetone and what have you, to do their manufacturing work. It is when these are now misused, that is where the problem is. Even people that are in the cosmetic world, they use acetone for nail polishing removers and all of those. So if you see people bringing in, if you see a licensed person bringing in acetone, if that person has gotten the license, he or she is not committing an offense. It is those people that will now, within the process of bringing it, or when it is now stored in the laboratories, that will now take it to manufacture kush, that are doing the harmful thing. But there are drugs that are prohibited completely from being brought into the country. One of those is kush. The other is a cocaine. For these ones, it's non-starter. You should not bring them into the country because nobody will be given the license to bring them. So we have, over the period, done a lot of work in our borders. The structures are there. If you go to Queen Elizabeth II Key, we have the Sea Cooperation Project. That one is an outfit containing various security players that fights organized crime at sea. Over the period, we've made a lot of interdictions, a lot of arrests of containers that had been declared as illicit cargo, but we found out later on that they contain some substances in them that are prohibited from being brought into the country. Recent reports, recent seizures or investigations have proven that they might have declared that they are bringing in supermarket items, but within those items you have acetone, precursor chemicals, or even tramadol in them. But we've been able to nab these kinds of people. If you go to our airports, we've made a lot of interdictions. The most recent one involves a Zambian lady who is now facing trial at the courts, in one of our courts, who brought in huge parcels of cocaine and she was taking it out of the the cocaines were disguised in the form of a canned food. So you can just see the length at which rogue elements could go to beat the system. But they will try. Or the structures are there to pinpoint on them and bring them out. So Shamini is now currently with us. That was the same thing we did to arrest Koli, who is a Guinean who was trafficking cocaine from Guinea and was destined to go to Liberia. We caught up with her at Gendema because she appeared as a pregnant woman, but we were able to nab her. It's the same thing with Zainab Dunzo, the one that has now been convicted and now sentenced into jail. Recently, there was a bilateral visit between the Inspection of Police for Liberia and Sierra Leone. That meeting was purposely made to strengthen collaboration, joint investigation to ensure that we deter criminality being organized in Sierra Leone and then manifesting in Liberia and vice versa.
Alright, okay, thank you so much. He is the Director of Strategic Communications Wireless at Kaliwe. Still with me in the studio is Wakata, Executive Chairman for this monitoring board. Now, still on the mapping, let's talk about the benefits of this exercise to the farmers.
Well, it will increase access to premium international markets, especially in EU markets. I've said Sierra Leone has developed an organic niche, and we pride in the fact that we are fair trade certified. So it will increase access to premium markets. It will reduce disputes over land boundaries due to inaccurate mapped data. So these coordinates or the polygons will help to reduce disputes, and it will clarify whether a farm is deforestation free or not, and by so doing the cocoa will be more accepted in EU markets. It will also help for better planning and disease management. Like I told you, we have black pod, etc. You can be able to have unique identifiers for the farms, and it will help with training. So we'll be able to know, for instance, how many staff will be required to do similar exercise in other regions. So when you want to scale up, you can use this as a reference point, and it will strengthen farmer identity within the value chain. So it has benefits for the farmers. It will help us to better organize smallholder farmers into becoming cooperatives, and it will help for those cooperatives to have direct access to markets rather than using middlemen. So it has those benefits.
The benefits also.
For Sierra Leone, I mean, it supports government's goal of modernizing the agriculture sector and promoting transparency and produce exports. So, like I told you, traceability is not just for EU compliance; it's also for the country, for you to be able to know exactly what's happening right through the value chain, and you can be able to track the volumes that are being exported better. It helps track and prevent deforestation linked to agricultural expansion. So it provides accurate statistics for national planning and marketing of our produce, and it enhances Sierra Leone's competitiveness in the cocoa global market. So I think it has benefits for not just the farmers or exporters, but also for the country.
Is it a paid for exercise by the farmers?
No. This is completely free. The funding is from the European Forest Institute. The European Forest Institute is an EU affiliated organization and focused on helping the EU achieve the EUDR implementation in countries, and so it's free completely. The funds were provided by EFI. It's a small purse of about $11,000, but it's useful because it gives us an entry point into actually operationalizing our digital public infrastructure and AI in agriculture capacity. So we can now do this in-house test run, so that we'll know that whenever we want to scale up, we have the capacity.
So what's the level of cooperation of the farmers?
It's very high. The farmers understand very clearly the benefits for them, and they appreciate the fact that this will help them generate at least baseline data that they could otherwise not have afforded. So we are happy that the collaboration is very strong, and that we will use this exercise to deepen our partnership with smallholder farmers and in those areas.
So is the awareness there that this does not affect the land ownership, that the mapping is just to map and gather data and not to share or divide their land or claim ownership of it?
Absolutely. And we also we also make sure they know that the data we are generating is for the specific purpose, and that there will be data privacy, and they have a right to their data, and they have a right to opt out of the exercise if they did not want. So we did all those ethical considerations for research like we would have done in any other research.
All right, thank you so much. And as we end, Ronald, you know, like you were mentioning it, that you are appealing to institutions so that you will equip the office. Let's talk about these institutions and the reporters. How independent would you train to be independent and professional? Because owing someone, because like asking help from people, you owe them a bit.
Obviously, you're right. It's challenging because as for us as reporters, our core mandate is when doing a reporting, it should be objective, balanced, and also be credible. And that's something that will not go away from. It's it's part of our ethics. We should not go away from that. Well, because you know the media,
it's difficult.
It's difficult. Media institutions and the media itself, it's challenging when it comes to resources. Unless you have to knock on doors of people who are there, but you have people who are out there who are media partners who are always ready to help, come on board and help the media, and that will not take away your objectivity or your fairness or accuracy in your reporting. So that's what we enjoy. And luckily for us, the union, we have journalists from different reporters from different media institutions. So as a union, we will not be able to influence those reporters. Even if somebody has done us good, we will not be able to influence them for them to report good on that institution. So this is the union. Every reporter has his own station and editorial policy to work by.
Okay, so now let's talk about plans for the future as we end.
Yeah, we want to engage in a continuous capacity building for our reporters. And one thing we've noticed that for us here in CLU, our reporters do not count out for opportunities. There are a lot of opportunities out there that we see colleagues in the sub-region benefiting from, which reporters in this country are not benefiting from. So as a union, we want to scout out for those opportunities and also share them to our reporters so that they will also be at par with colleagues in the sub-region. That's one thing we are key on, capacity building. And also, we want to make the union much more vibrant because we've seen the momentum that we've gained within the 1 year. I want to continue in that level. We don't want it to go back to where it was before now. When at a stage where reporters will not see the need or feel being a member of the union. So we want to continue that momentum and achieve on the core mandates of the union, which is to advocate for the welfare and also professional development of our reporters.
So when is the new recruitment date?
Well, we'll release the notice.
We're anxious.
We'll release the notice as soon as
some of us. Okay, well, thank you so much. That's how we end the podium for this afternoon. Many thanks to my studio guest, colleague Mona Odie Monrovia, the National Secretary General of the Sierra Leone Reporters Union, Raymond Carter, Executive Chairman, Police Monitoring Board, and Abdul Karim Will, the Director of Strategic Communications, ONS. Our quote for today is from a journalist, and it says, "There are three kinds of people who run towards disaster, not away: cops, famine, and the reporters." My producer has been Salma Tabam. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamal. Stay tuned. The podium returns tomorrow, same time. Have a blessed day.
Waiting do
well now we are. I say salon man and woman as a me. Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are. Where we get we gold, where we get we diamond, where we get we iron or white for where we where we get we root type, where we get we bauxite. This in our water plenty, why for well we I say salon man and woman and some people. Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are. I say salon man and woman and some people. Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are. If petrol day, lights day na the whole country, motorcar they run up and no white for well pan we. If parents get food pay, pikin go school. If teacher get good pay, on pikin they go land. I say salon man and woman as a people. Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are. I say salon man and woman as a people. Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are. Waiting do we sweet salon for well. Waiting do we sweet salon for well.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that. For Freetown has its own sudden elegancies. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides.
Good afternoon and welcome to the first edition of Sports Updates on SLBC with me, Abu Kabia. And in today's edition, we are looking at the Leon Walk Premier League, the exciting